LeBron wanted to bring his team on the plane. So LeBron's teammates for the Heat were on the team, but he wanted to bring his own personal team on the plane too, right?
I'm going to keep my mouth shut on this one.
Oh, you got.
I don't want to speculate on things that I've heard. No, I don't want to speculate on things that I've heard versus what's fact.
Okay.
Javonte, do you think you could beat LeBron in one-on-one if you can tackle Derrick Henry?
No.
Oh, that's where you draw the line.
Different.
It's totally different.
It's totally different.
I can score by accident, but that's a lot of points.
So is Derrick Henry and LeBron James the same species, Pat?
Barely, if they are. Did you see that dunk LeBron did a little bit ago? That was ridiculous. He's 40.
Insane.
I will say this. At least how I was taught to play football, which is obviously not well. I'm not blaming my coaches. Theoretically, a form tackle is a form tackle. Javonte could tackle Derrick.
No, he couldn't. No, he cannot.
Your coach is lying to you.
If he gets low enough,
that's what coaches are supposed to tell you in high school.
How low is he going to get?
That's not true.
That's my point.
It's not true,
He may be onto something.
No, he's not.
Michelle Smallman here for the Capital One Venture X card. If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, you can earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn all of your purchases into extraordinary travel. And you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book through Capital One Travel. Plus, you'll get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats. We've got some late-breaking news coming out of the stands. According to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
7 o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA. It's 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome, friends, to the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. 7 o'clock hour, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And Martin, what a dossier we have.
I am scanning the dossier as we speak.
What's on there?
John
Eagles
Kelly,
fan.
8:15.
Okay.
Well, number one, day 2 of the new clock.
Day 2 of the new clock.
So the dossier now is reduced from 16 segments to 12 segments.
Oh,
Jackson,
you're right. The dossier has changed.
The dossier has changed. Jackson, does that free you up to only have to put together 12 magical segments as opposed to 16 magical segments?
It allows me to really dig into each segment as opposed to spreading out. Like if you were to make the hockey goal wider, you know, the goalies, they have to be really spreading out. Whereas if we made it smaller, they could really dig in and stop the shots with their blockers. There's a series of blockers. And so that's what I feel like right now. I feel like I can dig into each segment a little
You
deeper.
like that, Doug? Is that fun?
Yeah. I thought that was a great analogy.
Yeah, I can get elbow deep.
You are welcome to partake in the program. Watch the show. If you could rank us, who's hottest? YouTube.com/TMASTL. The studio camera is brought to you by the Air Alliance team. Chairman Kurt is standing by to take your calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And be a friend of the feather. Call into the program. And, of course, the Air Comfort Services is the most active spot as far as communique goes. You like that?
No, I don't care for that word.
314-399-9646. Is there a second day of cake? That's from Bozo McGee. Doug, what does that mean?
I have no idea what that would mean. Did we have cake yesterday?
They did for Craig on the Today Show.
Oh, they celebrated Craig.
Which, by the way, we joked about it because the Today Show spent, about 2 hours said on the screen, celebrating Craig. And then we joked, Doug's family is here. Tim's family is here.
To celebrate the new clock.
And I got home and Kim said, so everybody's family was there today? I said, no, it was a bit. And she said, I thought you had everyone's family. You just didn't tell us. I said, trust me, Tim's family, Doug's family doesn't even know where he is. They send out like a senior alert every morning at 7:01.
I'm not sure I know where I am.
Congratulations.
So there could be leftover cake from that?
That's correct. Maybe that's what Bozo McGee...
Today we'll be celebrating Tim.
That's been the theme for 21 years, as a matter of fact. Can we get an upvote, downvote feature on the TMA All Day app? Maybe we can even retire some segments a la Carson Daly on TRL. That's a Mr. Big Cream. Doug, what did that text me?
I don't know. Did we have Carson Daly on?
He was celebrating Craig yesterday on the Today Show.
He got pulled into it, I think.
In a big way.
Jackson, what does that text mean from Mr. Big Cream?
He doesn't like some of the segments that play on TMA all day. You know what I say to that is I apologize. I can't make everybody happy.
You mean it?
The best thing about it in a free country is you don't have to listen to it.
I don't understand.
Well, I want people.
You don't want to. We want them to, but they don't have to.
No doubt.
If it's going to make them angry.
Well, there's certainly that element to it, but I think a lot of it's really good. I listen. When I'm putting it all together, I'm like, I might listen to that. I might fire up this segment.
Oh, really?
Because I like some of it. I do. Sometimes I'll be in the studio and I'll listen to it. I'm like,
and you'll tee-hee to yourself.
Yeah, I say, boy, this is good work. Usually not stuff that I'm on, like older stuff.
Look at that. You like that, Doug? It was kind of self-deprecating.
Right, it was. Very nice.
Well, let's tell you to hear your own
folksy.
voice.
That was folksy.
What season do you enter the picture? What, like season 16 maybe?
The end of the 2020 season.
Okay. Tim, what year is it the 15th season? Because I'm only
on the 16th season. That's when he makes his appearance.
I just got through last night where Budweiser Mike ran into the studio. I don't know what episode that was, so I'm getting caught up.
Season 3. For some reason, I can't get the song out of my head that ends with "Her name is Linda." I doubt you can play that little tune on this big boy station. Doug, that's from caller Ellen.
My name is Linda.
That was about
It was a TikTok sampling Nicki Minaj, sampling MC Hammer, which was sampling Rick James' Super Freak. Am I correct on that, Doug?
I have no idea. My name is Linda. That's
Jackson,
the name
is that in your drop?
Oh,
artillery.
I think it is. Give me a moment.
All right, there you go, caller Ellen. I guess we're taking drop requests, and we'll also get you ready for the Blues and Flames tonight, and then we'll break down the Vikings' time management against the Rammies. Boy, thank goodness I didn't go wagering on that. Jackson, there was leaning into the stink on the Buccaneers' Commanders, but the stink didn't hit. The Commanders hit. I would imagine everybody was on the Commanders. I don't know. I mean, to me, it struck me as obvious. But in the NFL, that would be scary.
Right.
And in this case, the leaning into the stink would have been taking the Rams.
Right.
And in this case, it hit. The Vikings getting blown off the field 27-9. Doug, watch this. They're frauds!
Thank you.
Sam Darnold looked like a fraud. Won 14 games this year, but he looked like last night, like the moment was too big for him or something. He just really didn't play the way he had played during the regular season at all. Didn't know what to do with the ball. Didn't know to get rid of it.
Jackson's love interest here at the station, which HR is aware of, Andrew Marsh, the fast lane, is probably despondent.
Yeah, oof.
Oh, is he a big Viking fan?
Yeah, he's a big Vikings fan, and that one last night, it's just like it's slow death, and like you keep watching just because your team's in the playoffs, but you know they have no interest.
Kind of like watching the Missouri-Texas A&M game or Missouri-Alabama game.
Yeah, just painful as all get out. And so, yeah, I feel bad for him. But Doug took the Vikings, I took the Vikings, and Tim took the Vikings, while Martin took the Rams. So good on you, Martin. You went 5-1.
I get
5-1.
I get a lot of games wrong, and I don't really wager. This is one I should have put money because I was convinced.
What was your logic?
I think Sam Darnold, God bless him.
Fraud!
I mean, he's on his fourth team. The Vikings historically, where's Cousin Nick? Text in Cousin Nick in Minneapolis. They're frauds historically. I know that's not fair to this squad and to Kevin O'Connell, but then they did it in that Detroit game too. And I thought, boy, this team's in a bad spot.
So they were you thought they were kind of similar to the NFC version of the Steelers.
Yeah, I thought they were sort of done, and the Rams are kind of trending up. I just didn't think the Vikings were as good as their record. And then just historically, I'm telling you, they always sort of disappoint their fan base.
There is that. There's no question on that part.
And that's not fair when picking a game this year. But I'm sorry, it's just something there in Minnesota. They know it up there, too. And I was listening on the radio. Kurt Warner, when they went for it on fourth down in the second quarter, late in the second quarter, it's 17-3. So you're down 14, but you're getting the ball. You're like, you know what, let's just get to halftime. And when they went for it and Darnold got sacked and lost like 12 yards, Kurt Warner's not a hatchet man. But he was just despondent. He said, what are you doing? Yeah. Kevin O'Connell, you can't do that. He said, in games like this, every moment is huge. You just gifted them a touchdown, and then they go down and score a touchdown. It's 24-3. Then it's over.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And he just was incredulous. Like, what are you doing? What do you? And I think in that moment, O'Connell kind of choked.
Yeah.
You can't. You're down 73. Just relax. There's tons of time.
He panicked. Mm-hmm. Kurt Warner's great on those broadcasts. He was with Kevin Harlan.
Oh, it's like Buck and Stram.
Wow, what a great tandem that is.
It's unbelievable. Before they got Buck and Aikman, I thought they should move Warner Harlan.
Yeah.
On Monday night, like ESPN, go all in on those two guys.
Like Booger McFarland in the truck.
What did they have? They had like 3 or 4 guys.
Lewis Riddick was on there.
It was kind of like they went into the cafeteria in Bristol. Hey, who wants to do Monday night?
Talk to my beehole for 3 whole songs for $100, which in my opinion is not quite enough money for the things he said to my beehole.
Oh.
He named it Linda.
There you go, Caller Ellen. We're taking requests this morning here.
This is what Caller Ellen wanted.
That's right.
All you have to do is send a text, and we will stop the conversation, stop what we were doing, and look for songs like that.
Yeah.
That's the show.
That's it. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that why you're not ranked, you guys?
I think
the
it
Barrett
is.
rankings because of moments like that.
Too easy to
because of Linda.
Us. We work for the people.
Okay, you're right. Yeah, we don't care about that.
Martin is 1,000% right. That's from Gerard Chadwell.
Wow.
Your analysis on the Vikings, tip of the cap. And the other thing that I wouldn't have seen is them only scoring 9 points.
Right.
That's the other. If I'm not mistaken on this, and I'm operating from Martin, I'll give you an 80% confidence level. I think every one of the wild card weekend games went under the total. I think every one of the wild card weekend games went under the total. And that was a theme, as James Carlton alluded to when he was in here yesterday. I'm a curbside podcast, Lemming, when it comes to Blues hockey, and I'm a Scott Van Pelt and Stanford Steve podcast. Lemming, when it comes to college football and pro football. And Stanford Steve, who had a big week, or a big year this year, I should say, picking games on College Game Day. He said, get yourself some unders on wild card weekends. A lot of unders tend to happen on wild card weekends. And if I'm not mistaken, it was under across the board. Jackson Burkett right now is researching it for you, Doug, to give you the answer.
Okay.
Every single game went under except the Chargers and Texans.
That was the one that in my mind I thought might be over. I don't know what the total was going in.
42.5, and it was 32-12.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
wow.
yeah.
So just a little.
Just barely. Yeah.
So 5 of 6. How do you do?
Yeah.
And kind of sweat free, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
People don't like to bet unders, but I'm telling you, on Wild Card Weekend, it hit big, 5 out of 6.
Yeah.
Of the 8 remaining, eliminate a few. Texans are not winning the Super Bowl. Fair?
I would agree with that.
Commanders not winning the Super Bowl.
I would not agree with that.
Okay.
Part of that is because I'm thinking of the plus 2,200 I'm getting to take them. If they were plus 500, I wouldn't touch it. But 22 to 1
take
of them.
Gambling out of it. Just can they win the Super Bowl? Texans, probably not.
Commanders would surprise me. Rams would surprise me.
Okay, so that I feel like you're back to where you were in August.
Sure. Well, not in August, but we talked about it in December, which I think, as it played out, was a weird dynamic that there were more teams in college football who could win the national championship than there were teams in the NFL who could win the Super Bowl, which is really rare. College football, you might go, I don't think too many people would have picked Notre Dame to be in the championship game. Certainly people would have picked Ohio State. But in college football, you can usually narrow it down to about 5 programs who are going to be in the mix. And in the NFL this year, that was not the case in college football this year. And in the NFL this year, we're back to Chiefs, Ravens, Bills, Lions, Eagles. Right.
Yep. It's back to the same group that you sort of thought.
I would be super surprised if anything other than that happened. I'm on the Commanders only because of 22 to 1. So, yes, taking that out of the equation, I'm with you. 5 teams.
I did look at Mahomes' playoff record just to confirm it yesterday. It's 15-3. He's won 7 playoff games in a row. I mean, he's 15-3. If you're an NFL quarterback and you're 500 in the postseason, that's pretty good.
That's it.
And he's 15-3. It's unbelievable.
I'm at a weird point that I don't pull for the Chiefs because of whatever's going on in the St. Louis area with it. And God bless our grocery stores for flooding them with Chiefs merchandise. If there wasn't a demand, Doug, there wouldn't be a supply, though.
Well, this is true.
But I like when there are dynasties because it makes it intriguing to watch your equivalent of Rocky Balboa go up against Apollo Creed, or Doug, you've always said Rocky IV was the best one.
I've never said that.
Drago, as the case might be. And maybe some of you enjoy clever language.
I never said it.
Yeah, that was one of the first takes Doug had when we were above the sex shop on the landing. He came in loaded for bear, and he goes, "I'll tell you another thing about this Rocky series.
We'll get you a Show Me's gift card if you think I'm wrong."
Ladies and gentlemen, we're on a new clock. Now, Big Tuft says the new clock is a scam and it does not really exist. So he says, Doug, he's launching an investigation. Hey guys, this damn clock thing is a ruse. It's quite obvious that someone is being lied to, and he's titling it Clockgate.
We're not lying. Why would we lie about when we have to take a commercial?
Because Jackson's just in here running a ruse. That's what he's doing. Hold up your little board again, if you wouldn't mind. Yeah, James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance. I just brought him up, as a matter of fact. He's the sponsor of the Colonel. He's also my insurance agent, and he has more than 400, approaching 500 reviews for his service. 409 5-star reviews. When we started talking about it, it was like a 250. Let's see what I got. This one was just posted 4 days ago. I received excellent service with Mr. James Carlton State Farm team. When I called the office, the staff there is so professional, and they always answer any questions that I may have. I had to get my car towed. I called them, and they came right out to see me. They took my car to the shop where I asked them to, and the wait wasn't long either. The man driving the tow truck was excellent. I rate State Farm as a 10. James Carlton, he's my insurance agent. Online at carltoninsurance.net. You have nothing to lose by giving them a call and seeing if they can save you money. That's what so many of our listeners have done, and they can't believe how much money they can save you at James Carlton State Farm. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton State Farm. All right, Jackson's lead was the Eagles fan berating the Packers fan. I don't know if you've heard the audio, seen the video. We have that for you. Deep dive into that debacle in Philadelphia this past Sunday coming up, in addition to other nonsense, because the next segment, contrary to what Big Tough says, is like a 20-minute segment.
Yeah. That's where we
Settle
get
in.
That's where we get deep. We pinch in.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. Doug, Chris do you pronounce it Rohan or Rowan?
Oh, let's go with Rowan.
He's not happy with me.
Nor should he be.
Thank you. He says, is Tim going to criticize Joe Buck for his kiss wearing Chiefs gear? Unlikely, but everyone else takes shrapnel. Doug?
I wonder if it's kids. I wonder if it's a typo.
Oh, probably.
Well, I think I've been pretty clear on my position. But I know that there are some out there who are obsessed with me, and I appreciate it. It's allowed me to do this for 21 years, so thank you. I say, if you want to cheer for the Kansas City Chiefs, by God, God bless you, and God bless these United States of America. For me personally, individually, I won't. So whether that be Joe Buck or whether that be my brother and his family, as his wife is from Kansas City and they are always wearing Chiefs gear, or somebody who just loves the Kansas City Chiefs because they've adopted a team with us not having one, why I fully am in support of what I am in support of is liberty. And also the occasional
That's the bottom line, really.
Liberty and orgies.
He's going to have to grow up.
Well, who is anyone?
Chris, thank you for listening, and God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
The issue that I say Tim and I are in an alliance with, I believe, is that telling me you must be a Chiefs, that this is the Chiefs town, and I did a TK on it. It pissed off some Chiefs people. It's great. I have nothing against Mahomes. Andy Reid seem like nice people, but I don't really care if the Chiefs win. And people, get on board. Well, I don't have to.
Right.
It's not
just
my
like
team.
I'm not telling people to not like the Chiefs. I don't. It impacts my life in absolutely no way.
And why would someone get mad because you're a fan of some other team? It's not their team, so they're mad at you?
To each their own. For me, I'll restate my position because, Doug, as you know, listeners, they cycle on, they cycle off.
Especially with the new clock.
New clock, even though some people are starting to think Jackson is running Manupal eligible, calls it an Orwellian scam.
They think I'm like pulling the strings on this?
This so-called new clock campaign is more semantics than reality. Stop the Orwellian charade. Do you like that, Doug?
Orwellian I don't mind it, I guess.
That's a little too deep for this audience.
Doug, I'll revisit my position on the Kansas City Chiefs. Okay. For many of you who attended the University of Missouri in the 1990s, I would imagine it might have been worse in the 1980s, seeing as you had the 1985 World Series, but I can't speak to that. I can speak to the 1990s. You may recall that there was a weird deal in the 1990s with Kansas Cityans towards St. Louis. I was completely unaware of the quote-unquote rivalry until I got to school there. And there was like an obsession with St. Louis, and I didn't know about it. I didn't have anything against Kansas City, but didn't have anything for Kansas City. Just didn't really think of Kansas City. And I think it was rooted in the Chiefs being close to winning Super Bowls, being in a bunch of AFC championships, having some great teams, had Montana, had Marcus Allen, and then Marty Schottenheimer couldn't get him over the top. And then, out of nowhere, the Rams show up in St. Louis, and then they win a Super Bowl, and that was the gasoline on the fire. I also think for Kansas City, for people of that age, their one world championship, unfortunately for them, it's not like it's their fault, had the asterisk of the Don Denkinger call. So I think you kind of had a little inferiority complex. So if you went to school at the University of Missouri in the 1980s or 1990s and you were from St. Louis, you experienced this. So that was always the thing. I'm just like, man, what's this weird obsession? Because it isn't reciprocated. And then in 2016, the NFL had the committee for the relocation to Los Angeles, and there were 6 owners. Martin, do you remember who the owners were? Robert Kraft was one of them.
Committee.
I know that.
I want to say John Mara.
I believe
Giants.
that's accurate as well.
Kraft, Mara. Was McNair on that one? Because I know he was.
I think he was.
Bob McNair, Texans.
And I know Richardson was pro St. Louis, but I don't remember if he was.
I don't think he was on the committee. But either way, Clark Hunt of the Chiefs was the lone vote to send the Rams to Inglewood. Everybody else had voted for the Chargers and the Raiders. Now, you might say they were going to move either way. That's fine. God bless. That's totally fine. It's probably the only story in my career that I've covered as intensely as I did, going out to Los Angeles, going to Oakland, going to San Diego, and going to those meetings and talking with Kevin Demoff, even the day of the vote from inside the room. To the point that the week before the vote, I got off the phone and told my wife, I said, holy crap, it's going to be the Rams and Chargers. And she goes, the Rams and Chargers aren't in business together. I go, I'm going to tell you, based on that conversation, it's going to be the Rams and Chargers, even though the Chargers publicly were aligned with the Raiders. And sure enough, it was the Rams and Chargers. It was good for Clark Hunt's business for St. Louis not to have an NFL team. God bless him. That's shrewd business. But I'm not going to all of a sudden fall in line. So that's my history on it. If other people want to, that's great. The Blues have, their pregame skate wearing Kansas City Chiefs helmets. It's straight business. That's business. I got no problem with business. But I also, observe puppet strings. And to their credit, people have fallen in line. I'm not one of them. But I also think it just comes down to it's a team in Missouri, and you have the most exciting team in the NFL, most successful team in the NFL over the last 6-7 years, and people cheer for them. And if that's the case, God bless. Couldn't affect me anymore. I just said I'm going to be pulling for the Chiefs because I want to see like a Lions-Chiefs Super Bowl, but it has nothing to do with being from Missouri or something along those lines, and there is my history. So once again, I am pro-liberty, Doug.
Bro, it gets down to liberty. It always gets down to liberty.
Well,
Local broadcast hero, Tim McKernan.
It gets down to each their own.
Broadcast hero.
I couldn't care any like I'm sure there are plenty of people will be watching Notre Dame next Monday cheering against Notre Dame. Great. It's not going to impact the fact that this is something that's really for me, from more my parents. I don't care. Like, why would I care if somebody's cheering for or cheering against a team? It just impacts my life in zero ways. Now, Martin, you have to deal with it, I guess, because people will call the television station and they berate you for either not showing the Chiefs or not showing enough Chiefs highlights.
My favorite is when they say, you didn't carry the Chiefs game. Well, it was available on CBS, and I trust me, from a business model, Fox 2 would carry every single Chiefs game if they could. 100%. Channel 4 has benefited greatly, and I don't blame them. Doug's station. I thought the other night you did.
Yeah.
I started the other night doing a whole feature.
Yeah, that was a fun feature too. Fun feature.
Yeah, they still call me at home. Should we show the Chiefs game on Sunday? Yeah, let's go ahead and show it. I'm not there.
Oh.
Hey, that Tim Boy stink.
Let's knock it off, Mike.
And I think they've even done a lot more Chiefs coverage within their just daily sports, I think, because it's good for business.
Because if there wasn't a demand, there wouldn't be the supply.
And I have no problem with the Chiefs and them winning. It's great, but don't tell me this town has to support the Chiefs. If you say, get behind the Blues, that's our team. If one of our older callers, I'm not saying we have older callers, but
thank you for that disclaimer.
If one of the older callers did phone in and reprimand, Martin, you get behind the Blues. That's our team. I'd say, oh, okay.
That sounds like my father calling in. He would never call it about the Chiefs.
He called about Notre Dame.
He would call it about Notre Dame.
But if you support
well,
the local squad, sure. But you don't tell somebody.
No, some people like things and some people don't like other things.
Think about that. That's a pro-liberty statement. You're pro-liberty.
I am liberty. Yeah, liberty in and out.
Yeah, you're like John Stuart Mill with the open marketplace of ideas. That's always been your pamphlet.
I really could care less what team you root for. Power to you. It's just entertainment is all that it is. If you're entertained by the Lions or the Eagles or the Raiders, whatever, who cares who you root for?
What if you have the first quarter over and you maybe have
Well, then that's who
taken out
you're
a
rooting
second
for
mortgage?
that day. I just don't care.
Well, actions speak louder than word down.
You tailed off on your take.
I, for one, will not be cheering against Notre Dame. I'll be cheering against Tim. Am I doing this right? You fat sads. Get a life. Long live Supreme Leader Mr. Tim. Hashtag free perk. Hashtag free the new clock question mark. Doug, that's from Colts beat writer Brian Henson, who said he is efforting who the Colts play this weekend.
He doesn't have the schedule yet.
Right.
If you don't have a schedule by Tuesday, you probably don't have a game.
Likely.
They don't play a lot of games after the regular season if you don't make the playoffs. Most teams aren't in the mood to keep playing.
Sometimes Kirkland Webster, they play that the Turkey Bowl.
Turkey Day game.
Turkey Day game.
You're from here, right?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Ladue, though.
It just seemed like
focuses on Ladue, Burroughs,
When
and
they would play
MICDS.
Clayton, sure, is a big deal.
Maybe occasionally Villa.
Yeah, well, rivalry games. Yeah, I forgot what it was called. Turkey Day.
Just
game.
seemed like for a second maybe you were new here. What's that turkey thing? Well, it's been over 100 years, Doug. Is that what it is?
Sure.
100 years.
Arbor Day won the Milagro Tequila Texter of the Year in 2023 and 2024, and a lot of people think we're going to see a three-peat. Arbor Day writes, the arch is actually just a symbol of our region, grabbing its ankles. We have no pride. It's embarrassing. That's from Arbor Day.
Oh, the arch
People from St. Louis suck.
Hey, the arch isn't grabbing its ankles.
That's an
Is that what
interesting
you think of when you look at it?
interpretation of it.
Yeah. Look at that 10-foot out on the wall. There's a visual.
My building has Chiefs watch parties. Nice work, Triple Sticks. That's from Chairman Stephen Wildwood, who lives down in Ballpark Village at 1 Cardinal Way.
Yeah.
And,
what do they call it? The DeWitt's Carlton?
And that's why he's saying nice work, Triple Sticks to Bill DeWitt III.
People love the NFL more than any other sport in the country. And after you're over the initial blow of losing your team, you just might still be a big football fan and want some team to root for. It's not that they planned to be Chiefs fans or that they wanted to be Chiefs fans 10 years ago, but they're over the Rams now, and it's time to move on. I think that's how a lot of people feel.
For my son, who's 7, and sees kids all... I think you see more Chiefs jerseys than anything else in St. Louis right now. And I think second place is City, by the way. And I think the Cardinals might be in 4th place if we were ranking prominence of merchandise in the St. Louis metropolitan. I think you might see some Missouri stuff, actually. With that all said, he was born in 2017. The Rams are like me getting upset about the Atlanta Hawks.
Or the Baltimore Orioles moving.
Right.
The St. Louis Browns have moved.
Your son will probably gravitate towards players. There'll be somebody that he really thinks is cool, and he'll want a jersey, and all of a sudden he just likes that team.
That's kind of the way. And I'll tell you another thing that you see, and I don't know if you've observed this with your kids, Martin, soccer jerseys for international soccer stars. That's what you see a lot of, I think, perhaps more than
Messi, Ronaldo.
Absolutely.
Vinicius Jr.
And I like to quiz him about the beautiful game and say, I don't know if you should be wearing that jersey.
Fox 2 is a Green Bay Packers affiliate. That's from the Total Package.
We are in the preseason. We carried their games.
How about that?
Because preseason football is a tough sell, but Packer fans want to see the game, so they watch.
Good comment, Doug. You like that?
Which one?
I became the Chiefs. It says the Chiefs fan, but probably a Chiefs fan in the late 80s after the Big Red left St. Louis. How is it any different now following the Rams' departure? That's from the 636. Well, but I think that's the premise. No one is, I don't think anyway, saying otherwise. Jackson, you I think caught hell for this take. I saw a lip pursing, Doug, and I'm just telling you, now I'm going to start moving my chips around and decide how to play this because I picked up a read. Do you feel like the people might be talking to you a little bit here?
Yes, my feelings about this, I have to do some inventory myself, and I think it's...
Do you like that term? I have a feeling you're going to hate it.
I just really think you're overthinking it here.
Do some inventory.
When do you get a chance to do that inventory? Will that be later today?
A lot of times in the shower. That's when I really take stock.
No, like Kevin Spacey at the opening of American Beauty?
Yes, very similar, and a similar ending. And I usually, what I do...
shot?
He does, yeah. So that's what he died twice.
I'm sorry.
After a red hot 6 months, though. And I would say that I project a little bit because for me, to be a sports fan of a team, like a big fan, it is like a full-on commitment. I can't passively be a fan of a team. Like I can't be like, I kind of root for it. No, if I root for a team, I'm rooting for them through thick and thin. And so with the Chiefs thing, it just seems so it's just I guess I'll be a Chiefs fan. And in some ways, not obviously every situation is different and kids come into it, but for me, it takes a lot. I still being a Chiefs fan is one thing. It's way worse to still be a Rams fan from St. Louis right now. That is
hard.
That's as bad as it. You are John Goodman and Big Lebowski if you are still a Rams fan.
Boy, a lot of film references. Mm-hmm. But taking it back to the macro perspective, it just doesn't. If somebody's a Rams fan still, I don't really give a damn.
Sure.
Same thing like if they're a Chiefs fan or if they're a Cowboys fan, with Jerry Jones, or hell, if they're a 49ers fan. Now this is me personally, because why would I want anybody else to follow my views? I don't really care. But for me personally, it just doesn't impact. Like Chuckles Marlowe will be pulling for the Buckeyes next Monday, and I'll be pulling for Notre Dame.
Does that make people mad that he likes Ohio State?
I might use some of my burner accounts on Twitter to go after him a little bit.
Go after him in his workplace.
Publicly, I'll say I don't care, but deep down, I am I'm furious about it.
You go Aggies house?
Might.
If someone's still a Rams fan, I'd have some questions for them.
Go ahead, ask their questions.
I have some questions about their background.
Their background?
Well,
like
I'd want to
socioeconomic?
I'd want to get to the bottom of why they would be okay with a team that left their city and then still root for the team. Again, you are John Goodman taking care of his ex-wife's dog. After
we're back on this Big Lebowski
because she's on vacation with her new husband. That's what you are. That's my opinion.
It sounds like you called him a cuck, right?
Yeah,
there.
that's in so many words. Yeah, it's big cuckoldry.
Wow.
Big cuckoldry.
If you're still a Rams fan,
big pharma and big cuckoldry.
I mean, if you're not from St. Louis and you just moved here, then I guess do what you want. But if you're from St. Louis and the team leaves you, not only leaves, but then Stan Kroenke salts the earth after the fact, and you're like, I'll still be a Rams fan. Get out of here.
Hey, Jackson, get Tanner in the studio. He's a huge Rams fan.
I've talked to him about it.
That's T, did he?
I've talked to him about it.
You told him to get out of here? Get out of here.
Yeah.
What about Liberty?
Yeah, thank you.
But
if you're talking about Falwell's place or the principal?
The principal.
Okay.
If you grew up with the team, maybe you still follow them no matter where they play. It's easier now than ever to follow a team wherever they play than it used to be. Like when the Atlanta Hawks moved out of here, I was crestfallen.
Sometimes the best things in life aren't easy.
Think about that, dog. That could be another hoodie.
Well, that didn't have much to do with the St. Louis Hawks moving to Atlanta. I'm telling you, as a kid, I was absolutely crestfallen. But I never saw another Atlanta Hawks game, I don't think, for years until, who was it? TBS started showing some of their games with
Dikembe Mutombo.
Skip Carey was doing it. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but nowadays, no matter where your team moves, you can watch everything that they do.
Which is why there is the prominence of international soccer from kids getting up and watching the EPL on Saturday mornings. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 7:36 in St. Louis. Because we have a new clock, which some think is a scandal, we need to take a break to adhere to the new clock. But Doug wants to tell you about Design Air Heating and Cooling, the sponsor of our email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, giving away winter warm-up passes for the winter today.
Well, I hope nobody, whether they believe in liberty or not, has had to suffer through a furnace that's not working right now because it is cold out there. It's supposed to warm up a little bit Thursday and Friday, but then we're going to get cold again. So if you have any kind of problems, you know who to call by now. You could probably finish the sentence for me. Call Design Air Heating and Cooling. That's the name you need to know. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served over 10,000 customers since the business started in 1904. This is the fourth generation now of Goldcamps running the business. They just happen to be the longest running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show, and for that we're very grateful. They're best known for their honesty and going way above and beyond the call. They will never try to upsell you. They'll give you only what you need and exactly what you need. These technicians are highly trained. Many of them have been with the company for 20 years or more. They are top-notch people. I've had several of them in my house when my furnace has had some hiccups, and they take great care of it. They do great maintenance work. It's a pretty good idea to have them come out. Even if you're not experiencing big problems now, you get the maintenance done, and maybe you never will have a problem. Their website, easy to navigate with convenience of online scheduling for all of your heating and cooling needs. Choose Design Air Heating and Cooling as we have done on this show. Again, the website, designairservice.com.
It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues are back in action tonight, taking on the Calgary Flames. You can catch that right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. And that was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's the morning after. Show's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt standing by to answer your calls on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Discussion that popped up in the second segment of what is being labeled as a scam perpetuated by Jackson Burkett, and that is, Doug, day 2 of the new clock that the audience believes actually does not exist, and it's a Jackson Burkett ruse, is Chiefs fandom in St. Louis, because a gentleman in the YouTube wanted me to attack Joe Buck's children.
Fair. Why don't you really let them have it? They're young kids, right? So really blast them.
Yeah, I think they turned 7 here in a couple months.
Oh, they got it coming.
Yep. So, yes, that's how we got on to that topic. Quote, some things in life aren't easy. You know who else said that? Mao Zedong. Commie Jack says you must root for the team your parents tell you to root for. I'm tired of it. That's from Mr. Licks.
Have I ever said that? Not necessarily. But, you know, I think there is some. I remember my father saying, because I remember the Giants, when the Giants beat the Patriots the first time around. I have family in New York.
Was that January of 2008 or was it February?
And I kind of wanted to be a Giants fan. I wanted to be like, oh, I want to root for the Giants, wear a Giants jersey at school. My dad said, no. We root for the home team and the home team only.
Jeff Burkett.
Yeah.
That's reasonable.
Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month for my money in January.
He was trying to teach you some loyalty.
Absolutely.
And you pointed out they went 3-13, Dad. Scott Linehan is the coach. I don't think we're going anywhere.
I'm high on Drew Bennett.
Yeah, but right after that is when I started watching every single Rams game and living and dying with it. And I would take that every day, ideally with the end goal being a Super Bowl and not them leaving the city. But I would take that every single day over like just picking a new team to kind of be a fan of whenever it's convenient for me.
But now, how often do you quote Chairman Mao?
Chairman Mao. I don't know if I ever have. There's world leaders out there I respect, but probably not.
Did that 7-8-1 season in 2012 put you over the top?
Was that the year they lost to Charlie Whitehurst and the Seahawks? That was one of the most disappointing moments of my sports career fandom, my sports fandom career.
In a way, that makes me happy for you that is the limit of your disappointment. I would imagine Norfolk State is number 1.
Yes, nothing will ever top. Well, theoretically, something could top that, but that was as bad as it ever was.
I think it was the Dinkinger Kansas City Royals World Series for me.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, maybe the Hawks will even for you, too.
I think because you have to be of a certain age to get to the 85 World Series. I think for present-day listeners, the one that would be the winner would be Super Bowl 36.
Yeah, that's up there.
Yeah, I was just a touch too young.
Well, I would say you were 2.
Was I? I feel like I was a little older.
Well, you should have been aware of your surroundings even at that age.
I felt like I was near 2.
Doug, how old was Jackson when Vinatieri
when were you born?
March of 1998.
Yeah. Let's see.
So you would have been pushing 4.
Pushing 4.
Yeah.
Very much
fair enough. Yeah, I definitely don't remember.
Why didn't you root the team on?
I was probably watching. Probably put
you
to bed
gotta
at
let 'em
halftime.
down.
I know. Well, I didn't. I tried to bring the heat with the Blues to make up for it on Saturday.
2 breaks, 30 minutes in. Real nice changes, Jackson. That's from Tiny PP, who is, I don't know if Tiny PP's at war with caller Janet. I just know caller Janet's not a fan of Tiny PPs. And that's in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL, where 220 friends have gathered, Doug, to talk it over.
The idea, like I get ripped when I'm not playing drops and they say I don't do anything, but now I'm also masterminding this grand scheme about the clock. Pick one, brother.
Why do you do this?
I can't
pick one, brother.
There's a shirt.
Call me Libby Jack. That's an American political view, yet I'm called a communist. Pick a lane. You can't just shotgun spray me with your hate.
Shotgun.
I like that. That was a good verb.
Just play a bunch of drops. That'll win them back. Just go right now. What do you got? Just kind of have like an Asperger moment. What else?
Some people like things, and some people don't like other things.
There it is.
All right, what else?
Liberty.
Local broadcast hero, Tim McKernan.
Sports analyst. I think he's a
That's
sports
a little
analyst.
overboard. You can say you're going to rub honey all over my body, but don't talk about my mother.
I hadn't heard that one.
My mother. That sounded like a Valley Girl.
That sounds like early Plowhawk.
Yeah, Plowhawk was missing. All he was missing there was a vocal fry. Jackson, do we have the audio of what I deep teased about 40 minutes ago?
So I wanted to pull it.
This is Doug from Philadelphia, Packers and Eagles. And there was a lady enjoying the game, wearing Packers garb. I don't know if I would advise that going to a Philadelphia venue, just in general, Packers or any other opposing team. And there was a gentleman, probably with a dog avatar on Twitter, sitting behind her and giving her what Doug would call the business.
Yeah. So I wanted to pull the audio of it, but not only is it expletive laden, it's also there's like really loud music blasting in the background. He's like having to like whisper these terrible insults like in this woman's ear, and I just find the idea of a guy who works for probably a pretty big business if he's at a playoff game and like has like pickleball lessons on Wednesday nights.
I disagree.
Going to a game and then berating the people in the stands.
I don't know if I agree with that read. I mean, you could just be hardworking and just put all your money into something like that. I don't know.
Jackson was right. He got docked. His employer was
they've
notified,
identified
and they put out a statement. So
his name is Ryan Caldwell. He works for BCT Partners in East Brunswick, New Jersey, and his company has issued statements about it and everything.
Wow.
So I'm sure.
So what are they doing with him?
Well, I'm sure he'll be fired.
The mob dug their teeth in, and the company turned off comments on all their social media. So
supposedly he was like an executive.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. What was his role?
General manager.
That surprises me.
Wow.
That surprises me.
This is what I'm saying. Like they're hosting sales meetings on Thursdays, and then on Sundays they are going and they're going to get your ass if you're rooting for the other team.
Well, and this is not some kid. This is not some 23-year-old
He looks
drunken
like he's
fraternity
around
guy.
40 to 50.
At least, yeah.
For the record, some may not be familiar with this, and the audio can't be played because it would end the FCC
CU
license.
word is often.
Yes, the C word. Perhaps the most powerful word in the game.
In America, for sure.
You think so?
Yeah, England, I think. I'm glad you did your English accent. In England, I feel like they say they're a little more haphazard with that.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just an ugly word.
It is.
That word is used, and he's unhappy because the Packers were inside the 1 yard line.
It was after that Josh Jacobs run where he was pulling on his jersey. He was down at the 1, and they were celebrating like it was a touchdown, which I think a lot of people were. And yeah, he was none too pleased.
So the video was posted, and he called her, she's an ugly, dumb C word. You gonna do anything? Shut the F up and watch the game. And as it turns out, Chairman Kurt, you've advanced the story here this morning on TMA. He is an executive. And what has transpired to date?
The last I saw last night, the company just put out a very generic statement saying they were aware of a video that had surfaced on their employee. There was going to be an investigation, and that was the last I had heard.
There you go.
He's married and has a daughter, too.
How about that? Yeah, the story is, you can just type that in a search engine and you will find the story for those of you not familiar with it. But I mean, it's something else.
But that's Eagles fans in general. Have you seen the videos of how they attack people who show up wearing jerseys from other teams outside? It's just horrendous how they behave.
Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text line. That's how you can get involved on the program. And you can call in and talk it over. Chairman Kurt Manning, the Callier and Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101. Mentality is a loyal sponsor of TMA. Mentality. If you are feeling sluggish, if you are experiencing fatigue, tired all the time, weight gain, muscle loss, especially noticing increasing belly fat, these are symptoms of low testosterone. Mentality is a local healthcare facility. It specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. They also offer FDA-approved testosterone therapy combined with semaglutide to target fat while maintaining muscle. Energy can come roaring back. Belly fat can burn off. Muscle strengthens, and you feel like yourself again, confident, driven, and ready to tackle life. If you're interested, go to mentalityhealth.com/radio. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's New Year offer is your chance to take back control. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt with you here on the program. And we welcome you to watch the show and comment throughout at youtube.com/TMASTL. It is our pleasure to welcome to the studio from Brown and Crouppen, ladies and gentlemen, it's Ed Hermann and his son Brody. Listen to this gallery, Doug.
Hey guys, oh my goodness. Look at that.
It's like Tiger on Sunday at Bell Reeve in 2018 after he sunk that putt. Was that on 9? You were right there with his phone, right? But you were right there with the phone. You got a great shot.
Yeah, I didn't see the putt. I saw the shot out of
Okay, so you knew exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, now that you bring it up.
Thank you very much.
He was pretty good.
Yeah, thank you, Ed.
Better than average.
Yes, exactly.
That's
how I would describe it.
It was, Martin. Ed, we were talking about the Philadelphia Eagles fan who was calling the Packers fan the C word. And now ShoreNewsNetwork.com. I don't know how many of us get a chance to read ShoreNewsNetwork.com every morning. They have identified him. The individual has been identified as Ryan Caldwell, a project manager with BCT Partners, a consulting firm based in East Brunswick, New Jersey. Caldwell's social media profiles have been removed since the incident. Is there any policy or any legality to something like this for a company to take actions for someone doing something away from?
Yeah, well, most people don't operate on a contract. Most people's employment is at will. I'm guessing his is. So I guess his company could technically decide that based on, I guess, for whatever reason they want that they want to fire him. I doubt they will. These things die down very quickly.
You doubt they'll fire him?
I don't think they'll fire him. I mean, first of all, here's the weird thing. I think ahead of the C word, didn't he have the word fat in there?
Ugly for sure. I don't know.
I thought he had fat in there also. And I wonder, and this is for people in general, for women in general, like, what would have been the more hurtful remark? I think, the C word is just sort of an exaggerated version of the B word. We've all been called it in one time or another. It's not particularly hurtful. There's nothing that you associate with it. But you call a woman fat or you call them ugly, I think that to me is way more.
It's interesting you make that observation because I think on the surface you would assume the C word is the most powerful one. But when you watch the video, she actually turns to the gentleman who's shooting the video, turns out to be her husband, and says, he called me ugly too. That really, she sarcastically said that really hurts.
Because we know what that means.
Yes.
You're in a school, the most of your pain is childhood pain, right? I mean, your trauma is accumulated in your childhood.
You didn't hear the first segment.
What? Well, is that right?
No, I'm kidding.
But if you go to a schoolyard, you're going to hear people call people ugly, and it's going to scar them. You very rarely are going to hear the C word in a schoolyard setting. So I just don't think that's going to carry the pain or the hurt of being called ugly or being called fat. I think those are things that go right back to the schoolyard. They crush your soul.
I don't know. I think that word is pretty, for women, that's a big one. I don't know. I agree with what you're saying. More hurtful, he thinks you're fat or ugly. But that C word, that's...
Could we get some opinions? Are there any women listening? I'd like to know what they consider to be the more hurtful remark.
48% of the audience is female?
Maybe 4.
Okay, can we hear from those 4? And I'm guessing you're getting the beauties on here because, they're probably sports fans and, may have a background in that. But, I would love to hear what people have to say. Like, what would be the more hurtful thing to be called? If you were being called something on the street, like, I don't know. It's like for a guy, I don't know what that's like. Is like being called the D word. Somebody wants to call me the D word or the A word, like I just accept it. It rolls off my back. But if they hit me on something that hit me when I was young, I think it'd be a little hurtful.
Or about your family. That's the one where I would really get, like you say, and I get terrible emails about me. I'm like, whatever, it's fine.
Right. Say it about you.
Caller Ellen, who we can verify. We actually know her and is a longtime listener. She says, I agree with Martin. The C word is the most powerful.
That's the one. I wonder why. Why do you think that is? I mean, it's just a word. It doesn't really mean anything.
It just hits pretty violent.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's designed to make somebody feel horrible about themselves, I think.
Really?
Yeah, I think it is.
Well, I mean, listen, that's why we ask the people.
And let me ask you a legal question. If this guy were to get fired, and maybe it would depend on his contract status if he doesn't have one, but could he sue them in some regard for wrongful termination? Hey, I was on my free time, just living my life.
No. First of all, there is no free time. Everything you do reflects on who you work for. Most of these incidences where people get fired for their behavior, it's not behavior at work. We've had this come up at the office. I hate to say it, but we had an unfortunate incident where somebody used a word that you cannot use. And it didn't happen at the office, but it happened in the presence of two people that were from the office. And, think about the work environment that creates. How do you hold on to that person knowing that, half the office is going to hear about this at least and is going to have to work amongst this and question everything. And we had to fire the person. We had to let him go. So, it happens all the time. That's why I wish people would pay more attention to their social media. I know that we're in a society that values free speech, but the problem is that you got to still live with the consequences of your speech. You can say it. Nobody's going to tell you can't say it, but then you got to know that there's going to be, people have a right to respond, just like you have a right to say what you're going to say. So he said what he got to say. That was his right. They have a right to respond. And if that means firing him, so be it.
More ladies texting in. I'm a very hot woman in my 20s who also dabbles with other women.
Guy.
I don't mind being called a word just as long as they call me. Ha, 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 ha. Oh, dear. Play some drops, Jackson. That's from Chuck Boom. So, Doug, I don't know.
Gosh.
What a surprising name for a young lady to be texting in. The name of
But
Chuck.
I'm sure it is a girl. Well, unless you own the company, you're pretty much always on the clock. If you're taking a paycheck from somebody else, whether you're at work or away, you represent that company in some way.
You do. You become a symbol of their values. So, if you do something that would be regarded as improper or immoral and you're okay with it by not firing them, you're saying, okay, this person can still be an ambassador of my brand. What are you saying about your brand? It's a tough position for companies to be put in.
You think, Doug, this guy for sure will get fired?
Yeah, sure.
I agree with that. I agree with that. What do you think?
I would say
it's interesting. What do you say, Martin? I'm sorry.
I think most likely, but I'm not 100%. I think the only way you could say he's seeking help, he's going to get some counseling, he was overserved. If he's a great employer, makes a ton of bit.
There it is.
If he makes them a bunch of money, they're going to find a way to keep him.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know that.
I feel like we have seen this play out so many times over the last however many years.
Agreed.
They will not stop until they get the scalp. Now, what could happen is they could because people forget about this within the next handful of weeks.
Until something else comes up just like
minutes.
Right.
And that's what don't last.
And then they can hire him back.
Yeah.
But they will announce. Can we wager on this? I'm interested. You feel confident?
Listen,
and I like to gamble.
I think that it all boils down to money. If this guy is good, makes them a lot of money, then they can come out and say, we suspended him for a week. He's gonna seek some anger management, and they're gonna keep him because they're making money. And if they're not making money, and even if they have a contract and they want him out of there, this might be just the excuse they needed to invoke a character clause and get him out of there. It all boils down to whether or not they just make money from the guy.
We have a lady on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Chairman Kurt, who do we have here?
I didn't get her name. Not a typical caller, but...
oh, my.
Yeah.
Is it my mother?
We're going to hold 1 second here.
You're going to be able to... Jackson's plugging in the headphones.
We would like Ed to be able to hear. We want legal counsel on the line.
That's exactly right. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the Collier Thompson phone lines. Doug, watch this. Good morning. Caller.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. I think the C word is the absolute worst because, and I curse. I don't mind cursing, but I never hear anybody use that word. And when I do, it actually scares me a little because it crosses a line of civility that's totally unacceptable. So then you worry, oh, my God, what's going to happen next? It's a really bad thing to call someone. And I'm telling you, I've heard somebody use it, I could count them on one hand.
Is it more offensive than if somebody says fat or ugly?
We're having an issue with the connection there, but you're welcome to call in as well, 314-974-0101. So far, the sentiment has been the C word is more powerful than...
People don't like that word.
I was saying before you got in studio, and I think it's, I curse. I think.
What were the origins?
Crazy.
What were the origins of that? How did that get to be the level of offensiveness that it got to? Where did it come from? Somebody Google this out
It's
there.
going to be a dangerous FCC segment.
Listen, you got to be careful. Obviously, listen, we're not going to use the word.
Right.
I'm sure that Google has something on it, on the Google, and it tells you what the origin of it
I would even say when Al Pacino used it against Jack Lemmon in Glengarry Glen Ross, a man-to-man using that word, it still made my skin crawl. It still hit
I think
hard.
it was against Kevin Spacey, but yes.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah, because he
Second
he
Kevin
got along
Spacey
with
reference of the show today. Big day.
Yeah, and it was jarring because there's not that many uses
what a
of
scene,
it.
though, man.
That's a great one. But yeah, well, let's make sure not to use that word then, or let's save it for special occasions.
Like something that really round playoff game in the upper deck.
I mean, listen, I don't know what this
Tim
woman
was only
did.
a wild card game.
That's right.
Maybe they should hold off for the championship weekend.
And the thing is like it's not like his team was losing. Like they were handling the Packers pretty easily during the game. It wasn't particularly close. So it's not like he can say he was coming out of frustration. His team was on the ropes. He was in a bad state. Like he should have been feeling pretty good. But clearly he was
How could
not.
you get that upset at a sporting event? And Ed, I was going to ask you because Hal McRae, great baseball player, then manager, we were talking one time about bad fans. And I said, tell me about New York and Philly. And he said, in New York, they're pretty cool and calm, and then they kind of get worked up based on the game. He said in Philly, they show up angry.
Yeah, well, I think that probably makes some sense. Obviously, I've been to a lot of Yankee games, and I remember as a kid, the upper decks were so vertical. They were so steep that there would always be fights in the stands, but they looked way more dramatic because as soon as someone got hit, they went 8 rows down. So and I remember in 1987, it was the Oakland A's were a really good team.
Yeah.
Canseco had just sort of hit the thing, and McGuire was a rookie. And I was in the bleachers at the Yankee game. And there were like 3 people wearing A's jerseys, and the Yankee fans were just merciless the whole game, yelling at them. And then even in the parking lot, as these people were walking back to their cars, they wouldn't let them be. But that's the only time I ever saw anything that I thought was maybe a little scary, where somebody might have been apprehensive about their safety. Other than that, it's fine, and it's really just baseball. I've never seen a New York crowd, particularly. Up in arms at a football game or a hockey game or any of that. It's just at Yankee Stadium and the old Shea Stadium. That was it.
Ed, at the risk of my job, I have Googled your word.
Okay.
The exact origins are unknown. It started in Germany.
That doesn't surprise me.
And then it went to England, and it was the name of part of a street. And also they think...
Really?
Think, yeah, and they think it may have evolved from the word cow.
Okay, so which maybe
Goes
was
back to
insulting
your original
to the fat
premise.
thing.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, Doug, you took us full circle. And
Good job, Doug.
On my last day at work here.
Yeah, by the way, that was great research, Doug. You are now wanted down the hall in IT.
I know, wouldn't that be strange if the guy kept his job, but Doug lost his just for Googling it? I mean, that's crazy.
Brody, always good to see you. You're heading back to school this week, is that right?
Yeah, heading back January 19th.
Oh, yeah.
Who do you like in the Super Bowl?
You got inside word?
You got 8 teams left.
God.
We're jumping ahead here. I like that.
I guess
I just want to know.
I got to go Ravens, Lions. You got to go 1 seed out of the NFC, and then the Ravens in the AFC.
And who wins it all?
Wow, so that means the Ravens go through Buffalo and Arrowhead, most likely, unless you think they're hosting the Texans.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh,
I'm a big upset alert.
They are. Chiefs are on upset alert. This is. And I'm not saying I'm rooting against them, but I do believe in the football gods. I think it was a manipulation to rest all their players. I think taking 25 days off that's rust. That's not rest. 18 days off would have been rest. 25 days off is rust. And they weren't that good. They were the worst 15-2 team I've ever seen play.
Bit wobbly.
They deserve to be about 11-6. That's based on how the thing should have played out. I think they're vulnerable this week. I would not be surprised. They are ripe for an upset. That said, I'm with you. I think Ravens, Lions are where we're going to wind up. I wish it was the Bills. I'm pulling for the Bills. I went to Buffalo for undergraduate. The 4 years that I was in Buffalo were the 4 years they went to the Super Bowl.
Oh, wow.
I was lucky enough to get them there, but I couldn't get them over the top.
Were you at the Bills-Oilers comeback Frank Reich game?
No, that one, that game happened during my winter break, so I was in St. Louis watching that in my living room in disbelief of what I was seeing. One of the greatest, I mean, it still may be the best comeback in history.
I think mathematically. Do you know what the exact score was by chance?
It was a 35-3. It was a 32-point deficit.
Yeah, 35-3, Martin, yeah.
Unbelievable game. Yeah, that one was a classic. But anyway, I'd love to see the Bills win it all. If the Chiefs win it, that'd be history. I mean, 3 in a row is kind of cool. Which would be, ever. I mean, that'd be kind of fun to see.
Chiefs are 8-point favorites. If you boys like the Texans, you can get 8.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you something. How many times did the Chiefs actually cover the spread this year versus times they didn't cover the spread? I mean, they went through a streak of not covering the spread in the middle of the season that was enormous, and they had at least 5 or 6 games that came down to one play that could have gone either way. Opening day, I was there at Arrowhead when the Ravens lost, but they lost, if you recall, because the guy's toe was out of bounds when he was making the game-winning touchdown catch. Literally just a toe. You want to talk about a game of inches? That game was a game of centimeters. So, yeah, I think that the Chiefs are very, very vulnerable.
Chiefs, I'm surprised their record was this good against the spread, honestly, Ed. They were 7-9-1 against the spread.
Well, I mean, and that's not impressive.
Right, that's what I'm saying, but I would have thought it was much worse than that. I would have thought like 5-12-ish.
So let me say this. If you're out there and betting, and I'm not a betting man, but if I were a betting man, I would absolutely take the Texans.
Wow, the play has been released. A 5-star play of the year. Hermann at Brown and Crouppen.
You're
going to
give me
your
8
money?
points? 8 points in the Texans? Texans look good this week.
Yes, they did.
They look confident. They look sharp. They got nothing to lose.
Tim, I'm throwing down some money, and when it doesn't work out, I'm calling Ed and berating him with the C word on Monday.
Oh, God. There you go. Okay, you know what? I'll take the C word, but don't call me fat and ugly.
Ed Hermann Brody with us here on TMA. Always great to see you guys. Thanks so much for coming in. That's Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com, our presenting sponsor. If you need their services, 314-222-2222. That's Brown and Crouppen. Doug, tell the people about Munganess, St. Louis
Well,
Acura.
Ed, on your way home, maybe you ought to stop at Munganess St. Louis Acura or Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota to pick up a new
tell Ed what to do.
Well,
That
I'm just suggesting.
Tell me what to do.
I mean, he would love their cars. The Acuras, the Toyotas, those brands are just outstanding cars, and Munganess can help you with either one. Or if you just need maintenance, Ed, go in there. And we got a special phone number you can call for the Muckety Mucks, 314-252-0029. Get you straight to Jamie Burkhardt or Peter Munganess or Ryan Seiberg in the service department. Whether you bought your car there or not, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, happy to take care of your car, and they do it first rate. We've been going there for years and wouldn't go anywhere else now. They're just the absolute best in town. Website, stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
There it is. It's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. I want to talk with the audience about aesthetic design and build. Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. I got a chance to meet Dan and his team at their showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and they walked me through all the different types of custom work they do. It's all custom work. And man, I was impressed, so much so that I then had them come out to my house to look at some of the work that they could do for our family. It's Aesthetic aestheticdesignandbuild.com. That's where you can see their work or visit the showroom in Chesterfield Valley. It's not just a sales process. They have the creativity and the attention to detail to bring your design to life. They offer custom deck design, opening and closing pergolas and roof, and motorized shade and screens, and this is one of their specialties, under deck ceilings. It's Aesthetic Design and Build, online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, and call 636-532-5008, aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. It's our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines from the Blues broadcast booth, John Kelly with us here on TMA. Good morning, John.
Hey, Tim. How are you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing great.
Good. This is critical after what took place on Saturday night and losing 3 of 4 at this point in the season, and also the manner in which it's gone down. Losing 2 to Columbus, even though the Blue Jackets have been playing really well, winning 9 of their last 11, and the 2-goal lead against Minnesota that went away. Then you just weren't able to carry the momentum over from the Anaheim win. Back-to-back against the Flames, a team that's in the mix for that wild card spot. I know there's a lot of hockey left this season, but I feel like we are reaching a crucial juncture for the Blues. Your analysis of the next 2 games.
I think you're spot on, Tim. And, we talk every week about the Blues situation, and right now they're, again, back to 500, and they come into tonight's game 5 points behind Calgary, and the Flames, of course, occupy the second and final wild card spot, and the Flames have 2 games in hand. So you can do the math really quick. I mean, it's a 5-point deficit now, and they have the Flames the next 2 games, of course, a rather oddity in the schedule. So if you win both, you're 1 back, and in theory, if you lose both, you're 9 back, and they have 2 in hand, and then you're in big-time trouble. So this is, the next 2 games are the biggest of the season, and I think that the fans and I'm sure the players and coaches, you look at these games the Blues have lost in the last couple of weeks. They've been right there in most of them. And I think that the biggest thing is that they've been inconsistent from, really period to period. They played some really good hockey, but the bottom line is you got to win these games. As you said, you're up by 2 goals in Minnesota, and you lose 2 games to Columbus. Again, a team that's not a bad team at all. They're playing really well, but you've got to find ways to win. And, it's a critical point right now, really this week. And then you go on the road for 2 games in Utah and Vegas after Thursday. So it's a very big week for the Blues.
Yeah, you mentioned inconsistency. Can you put your finger on why they would be inconsistent? Is that just hockey, or is there something going on there?
Yeah, I think it is hockey. I really do. Yeah, I mean, the Blues are a better team than they were before the coaching change, and they're playing better. Their record is over 500. So I don't know. It felt to me like in the game the other night against Columbus, after beating Anaheim rather convincingly, that the Blues came into that game and sort of were like wading into the water to see the temperature and how the game was going to go. And then before long, you find yourself down by 1, and then you find yourselves down by 2 after 2, and then it's chasing the game. So to me, you've got to make a better statement in the first period. And, I know the players know the standings. It's pretty obvious that right now, if you look at the board, the Blues have got to win. They can't afford to just sort of lollygag around and, go 500 in the next 10 games or even 6-4. They've got to put together a streak. So they know the urgency, and hopefully they have more urgency tonight, especially in the first, because catch-up hockey is really tough to do in this league or any league for that matter.
John, can you tell right away? I know the coaches always talk about early they didn't have the urgency or the jump. Can you sense it yourself?
Yeah, I can. From the booth as a broadcaster, as a fan, I mean, it's really pretty obvious if you pay attention to the game, what team has an advantage. Let's be honest, though. Hockey's a game of flows, ebb and flows, where, teams will have an advantage for a while. The other team will come back, almost like a tennis match. But you've got to be on your toes from the opening faceoff. And, the game the other night was, I think, a bit of an outlier because I think the Blues have been on their toes lately. But they've got to win games here. So yeah, I can tell. It's pretty obvious to me when you come out and the other team has possession and you give up the first 5 or 6 shots or whatever it might be. So it's pretty obvious. Would you expect them to change some things, mix up some lines, or do anything differently tonight to try to jumpstart after that Columbus defeat? Well, one thing they did in practice yesterday, they put Neighbors up on the top line with Thomas and Buchnevich. So Saad's been there for, basically a couple of weeks, and he's played pretty well. But I think the bigger issue is not the bigger issue is the bigger reason for that is that Neighbors seems to be knocking on the door for goals, and he seems to, not that he hasn't played well, he always gives you everything he has and does the little things really well, but it seems like his game has progressed a little bit more. So maybe they're thinking he's going to catch a hot streak, and why not put him with your best playmaker, Robert Thomas, and obviously Buchnevich. So I think that's one thing you're going to see. It doesn't look like, they're going to make any other changes. We'll find out this morning at practice, but that would be the one change sod for Jake Neighbors.
John, do you know, scheduling-wise, why the league did back-to-back Calgary? I'm sure for sales, the team prefers to have different opponents on a Tuesday and a Thursday. Do we know why they did it?
No, they don't obviously announce the reasons for a schedule. The Blues actually in March, they have a set of games in L.A. They play the Kings, the Ducks, Kings. So they play L.A. twice in L.A. within a span of 5 or 6 days. So it's obviously done for travel reasons and economics. The Flames are on a 4-game road trip. They won last night in Chicago. Then they play the Blues in these 2 games, and then they go to Winnipeg to wrap up the trip after that. So it's obviously done for travel reasons and convenience for the Calgary Flames.
John Kelly with us here on TMA 101 ESPN. Blues and Flames, back-to-back games tonight and Thursday. Truly critical couple of games, and I really don't think that is overstating it. This is a pivotal moment here for the team. Let's see how they respond tonight. They certainly responded following the disappointment in Minnesota against Anaheim. Let's see if they can put a couple together here at home against the Flames. Pre-game on 101 ESPN at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. John Kelly with us every Tuesday on TMA. John, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Okay, Tim, talk to you next week.
Talk it over then. That's John Kelly with us here on TMA. Doug, we got Schaefer Door Company as the sponsor of the podcast. That's Jason Gosrow's team. When it is as cold as it is, and it's going to continue to be, that's when garage door springs break. If you hear yours break, see that garage door fall to the ground, you go to schaeferdoor.com and work with the sponsor of the podcast here on 101 ESPN and TMA.
I'm afraid my spring may be having some problems. My door keeps going up about a foot and then come back down. I'm going to have Schaefer Door back out. I'm going to have them out because I'm having problems. And when I hit that button and it doesn't go all the way up, the first thing I think is Schaefer Door, and that's what you should think, too. It's good to know that there's a company there. This is the largest moving part in your house, and sooner or later, something is going to go wrong, and that's where Schaefer Door comes in because they service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installations with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. They have that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. They also service commercial doors. If you run a business or warehouse with those big, tall, giant doors, Schaefer Door is experienced in those types of jobs as well. They're big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that when you call them, a real person will answer the phone and talk you through what you need to do next. Their service techs are not commission-based. They're not going to try to sell you a new door if you don't need it or a bigger part. They just want to get you going again. Its website is schaeferdoor.com. That's Schaefer with one F. SCHAEFER, schaeferdoor.com, or you can call or text them at 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
That's Schaefer Door, sponsor of the podcast here on TMA. Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers, sponsor of the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. You are welcome to call into the program, 314-974-0101. Phone lines brought to you by Collier and Thompson. Martin, I don't know if you've gotten to know Doug as well as Jackson has with them vacationing to Jamaica together a couple of years ago. But there's nothing he likes more than bracketology, team temperatures, and when Major League Baseball tweets out the next 10 World Series matchups, Cardinals and White Sox in 2033. But Doug, Joey Lenardi is at it again with his bracketology.
Love this.
And Martin, what a showdown we are going to have in Milwaukee when friend of Sports Final and TMA, Josh Schertz, goes up against ILL in Milwaukee. Billikens and Illini.
Is that a 5-12?
That's a 3-14 matchup. The Billikens going up against ILL in Milwaukee. I wonder if we should go up there. I've never been to the state of Wisconsin. Fun fact.
Is that right?
Very odd. Very odd.
Well, don't go in January, I can tell you that much.
I'll be there on Saturday.
You need to go to the Wisconsin Dells in about July or August.
Is that right? What about that hotel that's haunted?
Oh, the Pfister?
I don't think you can say that.
It's in
the Pfizer.
That's Milwaukee.
Well,
That's
Jimmy
in
Cruz,
Oregon.
don't let me down, Jimmy. I got you beating Louisville.
I'm intrigued by this Cardinal-White Sox matchup in 2033. There are players on the Cardinals that will be on that team that are in, 8th grade right now?
Yeah, but they're focused on that series.
That they're going to develop and make the World Series that year.
Jackson might call that engagement farming. I don't. I think that was well-researched and a wonderful little tweet, just like this, because, we're talking about Wisconsin, and it's funny that the Billikens are going to play at Illinois, in Wisconsin, in Milwaukee, but guess who Missouri is playing?
Well, we don't know.
If they are
guess
to
all
beat
we'd
Dayton in the play-in game, they'll be playing Wisconsin. A real Wisconsin-themed march around the St. Louis area.
So they got Mizzou's a play-in game right now?
Yeah, against Dayton.
Would you take that in a heartbeat?
Well, first of all, that's round 1. That's a tournament berth. Hang the banner. Hang the banner.
Martin just rolled his eyes at
There are
Jack.
68
I thought
teams.
JK schooled me with, well, yeah, we can all tell.
There are 68 teams in the NCAA tournament, and what you call the playing game, I call #round 1. And so...
hashtagged it, too. He verbally hashtagged that.
Well, I'm in the bag for big hoop. And
in the bag for big hoop.
Listen, if you're going to win it all, if you're going to make a run, you got to win a lot of basketball games late in the season. So Dayton, Wisconsin, I don't care who you put in front of the Tigers. I'm rooting for them.
You don't have to win late. You just got to get hot when the tournament rolls around.
Which is late in the season.
But no, it's the postseason. You could lose your last 5 games, and if you get hot in the tournament, you're there.
Yeah, well, semantics. I'm just saying that the Tigers are going to have to beat a lot of teams, so I don't care who you put in front of them. You're going to have to eventually beat someone who's really good.
But would most fans right now take a play-in game because they're kind of a toss-up as a tournament
They're
team?
one of the last 4 teams in the bracketology.
I know. Yeah, of course I would take it.
in a heartbeat.
Anytime the Tigers make the tournament, I am a happy camper. That's ultimately all you can ask
But you refuse to answer Martin's very simple question.
Would I be happy with
Would most people right now, Mizzou fans, take the play-in game?
I'm rejecting the premise until you call it round 1.
Oh, good gravy.
That's what I'm doing. It's there. Because I'm not going to allow...
You are in the bag for big hoop.
That's right. Well, I'm not going to belittle them by calling it a play-in game. They're in the tournament. Field of 68. If they're in the field of 68, I don't care where they're seated. I just want, you can complain about being seated. Win your first game, and you're already, it doesn't matter. Your second game's going to be tough.
Double-digit doggies tonight in Gainesville, boys. 10.5-point underdogs against the Gators. It sounds like you're laying the 10.5.
Well, they just beat number 1 Tennessee by 30 on that court, held them to 15 first-half points.
Yeah.
So, I'm slightly concerned, and they don't match up well with Florida.
So you're laying the 10.5. So I'll take Ed Hermann and Brody Herman, and I'll go with the Texans, and I'll parlay that with Florida minus 10.5.
Yeah, I think Florida minus 10.5 to me is a really good bet. Now I love the Missouri Tigers possibly more than anybody on the basketball side, but I can see the trains coming.
For Joe Lenardi to pick friend of the show, Josh Schertz, co-host, I'm assuming that means they're going to win the A10 conference tournament because they're not getting an at-large
At a 14?
bid.
I don't know.
Because they're not getting an at-large unless they run the table or something.
A10 can sneak a at-large bid or 2 in there.
10-6 right now. Friend of the show.
It's the non-con. It's the non-conference.
Yeah,
they don't have a lot. They don't have, I think,
that's
any
what I'm
signature.
saying.
Yeah.
Is there any path for them other than winning their conference tournament? Maybe going 15-1 in the league or something.
Well, that was always my problem with the Billikens over the past couple of years is that don't have that signature non-con win to get them the opportunity.
You have a problem with that non-con thing?
Yeah, you have more time than that. So this is a 4-hour show.
It sure is. But the clock thing, that's
we're late for the break, so you went non-con to tighten it up.
Well, they rarely have that signature non-conference win to have allowed them the opportunity to get an at-large bid because when you don't, you have to kind of win the A10.
Turn Doug's mic off. If you lose your last 5 games before the tournament, you're not getting in the effing tournament. That's what 314 Doug.
You might. You could. If you're one of the blue bloods.
We got Gary Finkel waiting, and I want to talk some Mizzou.
Ladies and gentlemen, get involved. Email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. We're giving away winter warm-up tickets. Passes for this weekend for the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Email in, compete with the greats, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. Trying to make history. We have never had a lady win the email of the month standings. Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom trying to become a history-making emailer by winning the Design Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Emailer of the Month. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. Doug, you love bracketology.
I don't really.
You also love when there are rankings for teams with rosters that are not complete. On the other side of the break, Major League Baseball has ranked all 30 MLB rosters if trades free agency didn't exist.
What?
Say it again.
What's the point of that? Or how about the draft doesn't
if it's
exist?
in the dossier, I read it, and this is from ESPN.com. The title of the article is, and this is exclusive content, and I pay for this, our friend Bradford Doolittle ranking all 30 MLB rosters if trades and free agency didn't exist.
So why doesn't he just say ranking them if you develop your own players? Because that's what it is, right?
Bring it up with Doolittle.
You'll have to stick around to, you'll bring it up
I'm
with Doolittle.
not going to bring anything up with Doolittle.
Could be the title of the segment. Ladies and gentlemen, it's TMA 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. Hey, Tim McKernan here for Stewart's American Mortgage. Everyone knows him as Stewie. And I'm here to tell you, when you think of Stewie, you should automatically think about service, because he is somebody who puts his personal cell number out there for you to call him with questions anytime you are in the market to buy or sell a home, or if you are going to be looking to refinance. Call him on his cell phone at 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440. I have spoken to Stewie on his cell phone. He called me from that very number. It really is his number. What else can you ask for when it comes to service than getting somebody's personal cell number to talk to them anytime you need to when it comes to something as important as buying or selling a home or refinance? He will be able to fill you in on the bagel loan, which is all about no fees and no closing costs. Plus, he can get you closed in 10 to 15 days. Call him on his cell phone, 314-324-4440, or Google the bagel loan.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Spurs defeat the Lakers last night, 126-102. Victor Wembanyama with 23 points, 8 rebounds, and 3 steals. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Yep, think about it. They are. Ladies and gentlemen, this program's called The Morning After. It originated in July 2004, and Doug is hoping it goes until a minimum of July of 2054. That is
54. Okay, another 30 years. This is be about 100 years old. Who's the oldest guy still doing radio?
Is Johnny Rabbit still on?
Johnny, gosh, he might be.
When did Kasem die?
He was married to Gene, and his body was being passed around the globe.
There was something weird about it, right? Like they wouldn't let him, like his wife wouldn't let them bury him.
That's right.
2014.
Well, what was she doing with the court? Like, was it like a Ted Williams situation where you're freezing it, or was it just like on the coffee table?
I just don't have that information for you.
Yeah, you're kind of crowdsourcing.
It seems like fair. Don Imus was pretty old, wasn't he?
Yeah, he had the tough run.
Still going.
I enjoyed when he did the shows in New Mexico, kind of like we did that virtual day. And he was at the ranch, but the rest of the crew was in New York, and everyone's like, what's that? What's that? He would just, because he couldn't quite hear what they were saying.
I forgot you had an Imus.
What's that? I don't really have an Imus. I enjoyed when he insulted people because they were old, sort of recess bully terms. Cottage cheese butt, like 4 eyes.
And one of them got him in a lot of trouble.
Well,
that's true.
He'd later be removed by something so vile.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is TMA. We're on 101 ESPN. You can live stream via the TMA STL app and watch the program at youtube.com/TMA STL. And the great thing about watching the program is that you can sit there and talk it over with 239 friends who have gathered at youtube.com/TMASTL. The Air Alliance team, sponsor of the cameras. Big Blonde Dan's talking to Joshy Tuna, Joey Vitale's Orange Scully. Doug, is it Dinksy?
I don't know.
Dinksy?
I don't know.
Tiny PP and Topher Robs.
Ooh, Topher Grace, of course, was in that 70s show. Just throwing that out there.
Maybe Traffic as well?
Yeah, he played David Duke in Black Klansman from 2018.
Yeah, we'll take your
tough role.
Topher Grace.
That's exactly right. Jackson deep teased this, and that is a wonderful story on ESPN.com from Bradford Doolittle, and Jackson said, "Bring it up with Doolittle." The title of the article ranking all 30 MLB rosters if trades and free agency didn't exist.
God.
The opening line is, "What if transactions were not allowed in Major League Baseball?" And coincidentally, here in St. Louis, it actually seems like that might be
adhering to that policy.
He said, let's try to imagine a more severe landscape and an even more extreme version of the reserve clause era in which once an organization acquires a player, both he and the team are stuck. No trades, no free agency, together forever, or at least until the player retires. This exercise gives us an idea of which organizations have done the best job of identifying talent. The outlook changes with each passing year as players age out and retire, and the organizations ebb and flow. It's a freeze frame from a movie full of jump cuts. It works like this. Using a database on player logistical data from the Baseball Cube, I've assigned each player on my 2025 list to the organization that first signed him. The player has to sign, so drafting him only to see him head to college programs don't count. Once those player assignments were completed, I generated depth charts and merged those with the 20...
Get a life! Get a life! This is getting you nowhere. This is just a little game you're playing on your computer that no one cares about.
This is New Year's
Jackson
Eve.
cared about it. He put it in the dossier.
The family got a board game for Christmas, Doug. They're breaking it out. Somebody starts reading the rules, and you say, you know what, I think I'll just have a cocktail and go sit by the fire.
They're not losers.
This guy's a loser. He's simply judging teams based on the players that they drafted and developed.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Well, he doesn't need to say it in any fancier way than that.
Well, maybe he could do a bracketology of these teams.
And wouldn't it stand to reason that the teams that have that have developed the best players are those that are the worst teams because they're drafting at the top every year?
Well, let's see how it plays out with Bradford Doolittle's exercise.
Yeah, you're jumping to conclusions. They haven't hearing the man's work.
Once those player assignments were completed, I generated depth charts and merged those with the 2025
charts?
forecast.
He's looking at who's playing second and third string.
A revised season baseline was generated for each club and used to run 10,000 simulations of the coming season. Now,
10,000!
See, this people are...
Get a life! Get a job! Get yourself a job! Get employment! Do something!
I think people are worried about like the whole Skynet possibility of this whole AI binge and, sentient computers. But I think this is the real...
Sentient computer? Now, what are you talking about? You trying to be management?
This is really what technology is all about, is doing things like this.
Doug, who do you think would be the best in Bradford?
I'm going to say the Pirates, since they're regularly one of the worst teams in baseball. They went, 22 years without making the playoffs, so they're drafting near the top. I would say they are most likely to have the most number of talented players.
Cleveland Guardians.
Martin has fired a guess on the Guardians. Doug has fired a guess on the Pirates. Doug, the Pirates are 28th out of 30.
So they're drafting extremely poorly. Knock it off. This is all make-believe. How about Tampa seems to draft well?
No. I want to give Martin's Guardians proper due. Doug, again, the article is titled, What if Major League Baseball teams couldn't trade
for the Guardians?
Free agents. What if there were... Guardians are number 8.
How about Cincinnati?
The Rays are not in the top 10.
They're 10. I see.
Oh, they are top 10.
Yeah,
okay.
10.
Number 10.
So you're going to be surprised the Dodgers are in the top 5, probably.
The number 1 team.
Can we have initials so we can guess?
B-O.
The Brooklyn Orioles. No. B-O. Baldwin has a team?
Yeah.
Baltimore Orioles.
Baltimore Orioles, number 1. Their regular players would be Christian Walker, Jordan Westberg. He's at second. Gunnar Henderson's playing short. Over at thirds, Manny Machado. Adley Reshman will be...
Why is that funny? Why is Machado a funny third baseman?
Because we're trying to become more folksy.
Okay.
Hello, la, la, la.
So they held on to their own players.
Yeah, see?
Okay.
You following Doolittle's exercise?
Well, and they hung on to their own.
Right. The rotation is Kevin Gausman, Grayson Rodriguez, Eduardo Rodriguez, Tobias Myers, and Tomoyuki Sugano.
Absolutely fascinating.
The bullpen, Josh Hader, Tanner Scott, and DL Hall. Braves 2, Mariners 3, Dodgers 4, Martin. And the Metropolitans are at 5. You got to do a little scrolling to get to the Cardinals. They're in the middle of the pack. They are at 13. Their what-if wins is his stat. They would have 81.4 wins, which is 1.6 better.
Stop with that. They don't even play. Does he have the list of what their lineup would look like?
No
okay,
problem.
Let's hear it.
Brendan Donovan will be at first.
At first?
Yeah.
Okay.
BD.
Donovan at first. Tommy Edman at second. Mason Winn at short. Jordan Walker will be man in the hot corner.
Okay.
This just sounds like the team.
Ivan Herrera's at catcher. Randy Arozarena, Instagram guy, is in left. Lars Nootbaar's in center. And Adolis Garcia's in right. Alec Burleson's your designated hitter. Your rotation is pretty stout, though, boys.
Yeah. Okay, that's
real.
This is all due respect to John Morosi. I don't pronounce it properly. Sandy Alcantara. I'm just a meat and potatoes guy from South St. Louis.
Flyover country.
Zach Gallen. Michael Waka, Jack Flaherty, friend of Dog Avatars, and Austin Gomber. Your bullpen, Ryan Helsley, Yankees closer Luke Weaver, and Adam Ottavino. That's a big New York closer setup there. So the lineup, not particularly impressive, actually looks relatively similar to what will be on the field, minus Arozarena and Garcia. Rotation, pretty stout with those boys at the top of the rotation.
You might be able to contend with that pitching staff. Hitters sell tickets and pitchers win games.
Nice. And so now you're on board with Doolittle's exercise.
No. I'm not on board with the exercise.
So is MLB going to field teams this year based on this model?
No.
No?
Their title odds would still be 1.3%, unfortunately.
1.3 with that lineup?
Guys, can I do an exercise if players weren't allowed to retire? Thanks, and hashtag free perk. That's from #1 Asian intern Brian Henshin. Also, he covers the Colts.
That'd be more interesting. An all-time team for every organization.
All right. You want me to text Doolittle and see if he can do that next?
See if he can get on and see how many wins the Cardinals would get.
So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Bradford Doolittle has the Cardinals ranked 13th if players were not allowed to be traded or sign as free agents.
Okay.
Thank you.
And since they can trade and sign free agents, they're still, what? They're not 13.
They're
more
ranked
like
26th in the power rankings.
Yeah.
See?
Don't give up.
How long did it
So
take
it's the
Bradford to put this together?
That's kind of Doug's point, I think.
Well, he's doing the work, and I respect it.
For what purpose, though?
Us?
Yeah, right.
People need to read.
Think about that.
People need to read.
The printed word cannot die, Doug.
Think about
We
that.
have to keep it alive with do.
I think it's dying.
Do you want to support the EDF Group to sponsor TMA? Doug's Hot Take Mittens, which we're on for that segment. It's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group's hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. This is TMA on youtube.com/TMASTL and 101 ESPN.
Love talking about Schnucks, your neighborhood grocery store. I sometimes just kind of hang out at the grocery store. I know that sounds weird, but you can do it. There's all kinds of things happening. They've got the grill. They've also got the great rewards program. And now it's even better. Schnucks Rewards getting personal. They've completely refreshed the program, adding more personalized touches with the new perks just for you. You're going to get personalized savings, basically custom deals on the items that you buy most. So they'll keep track of that for you. Then it pops up in your phone, part of your rewards app, and making sure when you're there, you're saving money on those items that you most frequently buy. You're going to also get that personal double points day. You can earn 4% back on your entire cart. Plus, get a free freshly baked donut on your birthday. If you're already a member, start seeing these benefits right away in your rewards app. If not, perfect time. Sign up. Download the Schnucks Rewards app to get started. You're going to save money while you're shopping for groceries, and you can do that at Schnucks.
card magic, 12 and 12. Oh yeah, guys. Alright. I'm gonna give you the lineup. Kyle Loesch is on the mound with Molina behind the plate. Alan Craig is taking over the duties of first base. Across the stretch, last year's MVP freezes on third. Furcal's out, but Scalzo skipping calls when God is back for sure. Cardinals playoff baseball, let's fill the seats with red.
Oh, brother.
What? Haunting.
Based on that Eagle-Eyed Cherry song? Is that?
Oh, yeah. Save Tonight,
Yeah.
1998, Doug? 98?
I don't know the years, Tim.
Good about that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. It's the Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen Fisher Window and Door Store, sponsor of our 8 o'clock hour here on TMA, a program that welcomes you to get involved by calling in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, watching the program like John Travolta is. You see that, Doug? John
Really?
Travolta?
John Travolta?
Well, it's John Tra space and then capital V
I see.
Volta. Such smooth voice tones in this banger is what he said.
Yeah. No, he's right
So
on
you can
about
watch
that.
it at youtube.com/TMASTL. Subscribe to the podcast, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and be a friend of the program. Call in. Chairman Kurt will get you on the air, and email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The prize winter warm-up passes this Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and then a week from Sunday, join the Fast Lane and the Rizzuto Show for the Champ Bash, Hot Shots Fenton. That is next Sunday, January 26th. Hang with members of both shows and watch the AFC and NFC Championship games. Plus, enjoy bucket specials, delicious food, tons of TVs to watch the games, giveaways throughout the day, and the Pick'em Challenge punishment on site. Champ Bash kicks off with a live 2-hour pregame show at 11 a.m., and the fun continues until the NFC and AFC champs are crowned. Don't miss this year's Championship Bash with 101 ESPN and the Rizzuto Show at Hot Shots Fenton. Next Sunday, January 26th. Get all the details now at 101ESPN.com. And be a friend of the program. Mike McCarthy out. The developing story, though, last night, Adam Schefter reporting that Deion Sanders could be in. Troy Aikman was on the pregame show before the Vikings and Rams last night, and Aikman, I mean, he's a Cowboy through and through. So when he said this, it was a little surprising to Scott Van Pelt and the others on the ESPN, would you call it a dais, Doug? The ESPN
Just
dais?
a group of people.
As far as a coveted job, I don't know that that's accurate. I mean,
Really?
I do think the Cowboys are obviously a high-profile team. Whoever is covered or whoever is head coach of that team is certainly going to draw a lot of attention. But I think most football people that take over as a head coach, they want to do it on their terms.
That's fair.
That's hard to do. And it's, if you take a Dan Campbell, for instance, is Dan Campbell if he's with the Dallas Cowboys? It's hard to imagine that he is. It's hard to imagine that a lot of these coaches might be. So I love the Dallas Cowboys. I played there for 12 years. I wish them well. But to say that it's a coveted job, I'm not sure I would necessarily agree with that.
How about that? And I think his observation when he laid out the Campbell example is right on target. Dan Campbell wouldn't have been able to do that in Dallas with Jerry Jones' involvement.
Right. It's all about Jera. He's the general manager, and he's going to call the shots on who the players are, I guess.
But the only guy who might be able to steamroll him a little bit might be Deion, who would just kind of not take any of that Jerry crap and just kind of mutter down the hallway and deal with it.
That's a good observation as well. Adam Schefter with this report last night.
Well, it is the Cowboys, and they have spoken with, amongst other candidates, Deion Sanders. There is a mutual interest there. And I go back to about a year and a half ago when I had a former general manager say to me, watch Deion Sanders. There's a real possibility he may be the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Well, there is mutual interest. We'll see if that amps up. But the two sides have talked. They have touched base. And we'll see if it goes anywhere. Deion Sanders is somebody that Jerry Jones knows. There's great respect and admiration between the two men. And we'll see if those talks materialize into anything further.
Doug, you think Deion goes to Dallas?
Probably so.
And ESPN becomes solely the Dallas Cowboys network.
Unreal. Unreal, the coverage.
I would think he's probably going to be the guy.
I agree with Troy Aikman that it's not that coveted. Do you want to go there and just put up with all the shenanigans and Jerry and his son running the show? And they've proven that they're just not good enough to be a true champion contender. If you're a hot candidate, you may not want that job.
Deion Sanders issued this statement to ESPN Monday night. To hear from Jerry Jones is truly delightful, and it's intriguing. I love Jerry and believe in Jerry. I have to hang up and process and think about it. It's intriguing, but I love Boulder and everything there is about our team, the coaches, our student body, and the community. So Deion Sanders non-committal, but he does acknowledge that he has spoken with Jerry Jones.
Almost sounds like he has an offer. Didn't it sound the way he said it, like he's weighing his...
I agree with that, Reed. I think that's an astute read.
Like it's an offer on the table that he's kind of debating what he should do?
Guys, he's only going there if they get Shador and Shiloh, so I'm curious how easily they'd be able to pull that off. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener. I think Carlos Spicy Wiener is a TMA Hall of Famer, Doug, so you have to respect his perspective because he's a Hall of Famer.
Yes, I do. You can't always get all the players you want, though, at the pro level, obviously.
But, Doug, what if the Cowboys didn't take away all their trades and free agents?
Oh, gosh.
And then rank them?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah,
That's
think about that.
Let me just do that right off the top of my head.
Yeah. If you wouldn't mind, let's start with left guard.
Okay, left guard, they'd have that big fella who blocks the quarterback's blind side at times.
Nice.
Likes to play with his hand in the dirt. Big guy. If he can stay healthy, he can help this team.
Nice. Real nice.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson, use that for a promo.
I would think if you have a head coaching resume and you've got some other choices, Dallas is probably not the place you're going to want to go. If you're looking for that first job and you've got the ego to think that you can deal with whatever Dallas throws at you, you'd love to have the job. It kind of depends on the perspective of the guy trying to get the job, whether that's a coveted job or not.
Chris Talbot in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMSTL, says DraftKings has the betting odds of who will be the next head coach of Dallas, and Deion leads. He is plus 100. Kellen Moore, brother of Missouri's offensive coordinator, is at plus 250. Cliff Kingsbury is at plus 350. Joe Brady plus 450. Ben Johnson plus 550. There are your odds.
Could Jerry just coach it himself?
Go down there with the headset?
Mm-hmm. I mean, he was an offensive lineman at Arkansas. It's hard to believe he and Jimmy Johnson were both offensive linemen at Arkansas. And they're about 5'11", 180 pounds.
Jerry told me he loved the St. Louis football Cardinals. I love the Cardinals. I would go.
What was the context of the conversation?
Well, this was outside one of those meetings, the NFL meetings in Chicago, summer of 2015. Photographer Kevin Marshall and I made a strategic decision because there were multiple exits from the hotel. Sort of like the relocation guidelines and those rules. And so we had to decide, do we stand here, stand there? And we decided we had so much footage of Kroenke and Demoff walking out of a meeting. And the odds of them stopping to take questions were close to zero. But if you don't stand in that spot, you'd miss out if they did stop and talk, which we knew wouldn't happen, but you never know for sure. So we went down to this back exit and waited because there were some limousines. And the first guy who walked out was Jerry Jones. Jerry, how are you? I said, Martin from Fox in St. Louis. Good to see you again. Who talked to you real quick? Of course he stopped. And I said, folks in St. Louis wondering, what's going to happen? And he said, I love St. Louis. I love the football. When I used to go to games, I'd drive up from Springfield, Missouri and go to games when I was a young man. Football Cardinals, that's a big thing. A week later, I was in L.A. It was that Oxnard summer where they practiced out there. The L.A. media swarms Jerry, and photographer Dave Sharp and I are there, and we get in the scrum. Well, I've always loved Los Angeles. Of course, I'm from the Compton area, and the Rams have always had a... So I came back, and I played the two of them back to back. Totally duplicitous. But...
At least he talked.
Yeah, he did.
At least he tried. Give you something.
Mark Davis would talk a lot, too. Probably shouldn't have, but he would talk a lot.
Yeah.
It's so wonderful to see Jerry and the Rams advancing in the playoffs, since that's his second team. And this is something that got people going 2 nights ago. As a friend of the program, Kevin Demoff, tweeted out the following. Hard to believe today marks 9 years since the Rams returned home.
Ugh.
January 12th has always marked a special date since then. 9 years since we returned home on this day. 8 years ago, we hired Sean McVay on this day. 6 years ago, we beat the Cowboys in the playoffs on this day. Doug, January 12th.
Yeah, it's a wonderful day in St. Louis sports history.
That tweet was not well received by
Wouldn't think so.
many people who are in the 314-573-636-618 area code.
Friend of the show, Frank Cusimano, quote tweeted it. Wonder if he celebrates the anniversary dates of when he first started to lie to the city of St. Louis.
How about that?
Mm-hmm. Frank got him. Got a lot of play.
Nice going, Frank.
That's a good response.
Mm-hmm. And to think he might be the next commissioner.
He's kind of
Somebody floated his name as a possible commissioner.
I feel like when Bob Wallace was in studio, we brought that up, and he
laughed at us.
That's right. Guys, I think they have to consider Billy Bob Thornton for the job in Dallas. Jerry and Billy Bob Thornton recently developed chemistry on the hit TV show Landman, and Billy Bob Thornton has proved coaching success in Friday Night Lights. That's from D. Hibby.
Yeah.
D. Hibby. I have to tell you, I watched that show. And Jerry Jones' acting is outstanding.
That's what I've heard. I've heard he's really good.
I was watching it, and I'm going, oh, this might be goofy. I get it, putting him in there. It's in Texas. He's an oil man. That's the theme of the show. And the next thing I know, I'm going, wow, he was really, really good. I don't like to say. Yeah.
Did he have a big role?
It was more like a monologue, while St. Louis's own John Hamm was in the scene, along with the voice of the 2006 world champion Cardinals on their DVD from that season, Billy Bob Thornton. Doug, it all came together.
We've seen Jerry Jones act before.
Yeah, Entourage.
Nice.
He wasn't Entourage, but was he playing himself in Landman?
He was.
Okay. Yeah, it'd be tough for him to be like...
I caught your reference,
Thank
Martin.
you, Tim.
Jackson's over here talking
breaking down
Entourage.
actual...
Well, he's
You're knee-deep in IMDb.
He's acted before.
I was trying to follow up on the fact that Jerry's full of...
IMDb of the mind, when HBO had not one but two shows trying to move NFL teams to Los Angeles.
That was Ballers?
Ballers and Entourage were trying to move teams to Los Angeles while we had the Rams.
Jerry Jones has lived a fascinating life, really, when you consider he got to play college football and then started an oil business and pieced together every dollar he could, borrowed a lot of it to buy the Cowboys, and now it's one of the most valuable sports properties in the world. Now he's doing acting, become a billionaire. Pretty fascinating life.
Never been on HD2.
No, I'm not sure he could hack it here. He's done okay outside of our walls.
Thank you.
But whether he could hack it in the studio, I don't know.
He talked after their final game for 40 minutes, they said, outside the locker room, and he didn't commit one way or the other to Mike McCarthy. How many questions could you ask him for 40 minutes? And the end result was, I'm not sure exactly what we'll do with Mike McCarthy.
Yeah,
that was the end result.
They blocked the Bears from talking with him, and now Mike McCarthy will be able to go talk it over with the Chicago Bears.
You talk about not a coveted job. How about that one?
Yeah, that's quite a spot as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Design Air is the sponsor of our email of the day. The self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom is leading the standings as we approach the halfway point of the month of January. You want to compete and try to win winter warm-up passes this week for you, for your family? Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Maybe you are the next Buck Swope. Maybe you are the next Misty Plops. Maybe you are the next JV golf coach. There's only one way to score, and that's to shoot the puck. Doug, when the Blues are on a power play, what are you up there yelling? Shoot.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Shoot.
After the dance.
Shoot it.
After the power play dance.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll do the dance.
Design Air Heating and Cooling. If you run into heating problems here over the next, it's foreseeable future. This is brutal. That's why the snow has not gone anywhere. We better hope on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday it melts, because other than that, we're not going to see temperatures above freezing again for a while. It is Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest running sponsor on TMA. Doug's a client, Martin's a client, I'm a client. Why don't you become a client as well? DesignAirService.com. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We enter the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. YouTube.com/TMASTL and 101 ESPN.
No, really nothing else.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna is the sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. Online at evergreenstl.com. That's Mark Hanna with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. My name is Tim McKernan. Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt here on the program until 11 o'clock. Jackson, you have put in your dossier Tom Brady nudging out Raiders head coach. And then Mad Dog has advice for Tom Brady. So are they overlapping in the Venn diagram, or are they just two Tom Brady specific topics?
The latter. I saw the Brady news yesterday. He nudged out Antonio Pierce from the head coaching gig with the Raiders. What that means, not positive, but he is a minority owner in the team. And then I also saw Mad Dog was giving him some advice on his broadcasting. And I thought the two were born to be together on the dossier.
Okay. So we're going to hear that now.
Would you like to?
Well, yes. Let's go ahead and hit the lever, please.
All right.
You know, the issue that I'd have with Brady and all analysts is that they want to tell you too much. Tom, like everybody else, wants to analyze every play, every minutia of every play. And, sometimes simple is the way to go instead of being, over analytical. Sometimes just talk less helps, and no announcer does it. Tom doesn't do it either. I mean, he breaks down every play backwards and forwards. He's going to give you everything he's got on every play.
Mad Dog.
Kind of ironic. Mad Dog saying to talk less. I feel like Brady has kind of settled in where nobody really hates him and nobody really loves him. If anything, maybe it hasn't been as big of a topic as I would have guessed.
I was watching the Packers-Eagles game, at which he was on the call of, and the very first play, of course, the Packers fumble the kickoff. A, I thought they recovered it, but B, he kept saying, helmet right on the ball, take it down. It looked to me like he smashed his helmet directly into the Packers player helmet, and no one was talking about it, and I was like, what am I missing here? And Brady kept saying, head on the ball, head on the ball. I was like, what are we talking about? So maybe I'm off.
So you want his skin?
No, I just doubt that he's going to keep doing this.
No.
Like, I don't see...
I'm not sure the league will let him, ultimately.
Yeah, with the Raiders' ownership. And in the New York Post, along the lines of the story on Brady nudging out former Raiders head coach Antonio Pierce, the source in the New York Post says, quote, "This is Tom's show now." Mark Davis is the majority. Brady's a minority shareholder, but he is active in the ownership group. Martin, do you think Tom Brady is calling games 2 years from now?
2 years from now.
Got the Super Bowl here in a few weeks.
I'll say no.
I share your opinion, Doug. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd say no, too.
At some point, Goodell's got to say, all right, what are you doing here? You're making $37 million to call football. You're also an owner. Eventually, this is just not going to work well with the rest of the teams in the league. I think it's headed to that conversation soon. Will he be doing it next year?
Maybe he needs that $37 million a few more years before he can actually buy a majority stake in the Raiders.
You think Davis would sell the majority stake?
Well, he may at some point. He's probably late 60s himself, isn't he?
Yeah, but logic seems to not be the friend of Mr. Davis. Still driving that
Why do you hate General Tso's chicken?
P.F. Chang's is quality. I'm not going to sit here and say I don't enjoy it.
That sounds good right now.
Yeah, but if I had all the money in the world, I would not have a haircut like that, drive the car he drives, or eat at that restaurant every single day.
What would your haircut be, and what whip would you drive?
I would get a full transplant. And so then...
is that right, really?
If I had all the money in the world, sure. I would get a full transplant, go with probably a man bun. I'd have as much hair.
Man bun.
Text in 314-399-9646.
With an aggressive undercut. So half of my head has no hair, but then the top half is just flowing locks.
And does that come with a T-shirt that says "Free Tibet" when you get the man bun?
That's an older reference. But yes, it comes with that. I wouldn't drive an Astro van from the early 90s. But hey, listen,
he's folksy.
That was going to be our team.
Are you sure he eats at P.F. Chang's every day?
They say all of his business meetings are done at P.F. Chang's. Gruden's on Barstool now, which is actually really good stuff. I really enjoy John Gruden on Barstool. But he would talk about, he was like, I had several meetings with Miss Mark Davis at P.F. Chang's.
It's pretty good.
It is pretty good.
What are we talking about here?
We're talking about P.F. Chang's.
I mean, it's good, but he's a billionaire. I like what you like. I guess.
Yeah, some people like some things, and some people.
Be a Chiefs fan, whatever.
Wow!
Oh.
Wow!
Well, you couldn't go to a
couldn't
go to a super fancy restaurant, or the food wouldn't come out quickly. You know, you're not always going to want to sit there and wait 45 minutes for your food to come out. P.F. Chang's is a pretty good balance between this is really good, and I'm going to get it in 5 minutes.
My show recap, I just had a line that said lots of Chiefs talk. Somebody's mad at Joe Buck's kids. Jackson's in the bag for big hoop. Caller Ellen asked for a drop, and we played it, and then later she said, I didn't hear it. I saw the text line. Jackson will be doing some personal inventory later. Doug made a great comment.
Nice job, Doug.
I don't have a Lou Holtz leg update. Rust versus rest was an Ed Hermann topic. And we dangerously talked about the C word for just a little too long, maybe.
I've never been to P.F. Chang's. Is that any good?
It is very good, Biff.
Okay.
Libby Jack wanting a man bun makes so much sense. That's from Little Beer Cats. He's the second generation, Martin. We now have multiple generations of listeners to TMA. Beer Cats, the original Lil Beer Cats, saying Libby Jack wanting a man bun makes so much sense. Ernie Bjorkman says, sounds like a Libby Jacks wants the Brenda Warner. What a cuck. That's from Ernie Bjorkman. That haircut sounds sexy, Jack.
Thank
you. The man bun talk reminded me you can make my text name Man Bay 2004. Thanks, babe. You're the best. This gentleman wants the name Man Bay _ 2004.
I think it is available.
Yeah, you can have that one.
You want a man bun?
My point,
well, you could have one now.
No, I could not.
Yes, you could.
The point on the man bun is not necessarily about the man, but it's having enough hair and specifically in the crown region to where I could, kind of
like a show off.
Yeah, I could manufacture a bun. No way.
Take the hat off. Let's look.
No shot.
I sported this exact cut you're talking about for years.
You had the man bun?
Yeah, and
Why?
I did the no hair on the side and the back, and it ended up being more of a nub. So I would advise against it, even if you're able.
Chester McNaughton is on the line, and he wants to talk about it all.
Hello, Chester. Chester.
How are you, boys?
We're fine. You?
I'm thrilled. I'm dialed in on a Tuesday, but I didn't know the snowcation continued. Jackson's topics today are absolutely boring me.
Oh
no.
So it's on him, though. It's not us.
Really?
Let me get this straight. I've got Jerry Jones, a necro radio announcer, Tom Brady's man bun, and my ears have started. I haven't had it happen since the last time my ex played Barbara Streisand to get my screaming child to bed.
Oh. You doing material?
No, you liked it yourself.
We're back.
Immediate chuckled himself.
Hello, Vivian.
No, I love you guys. You guys have actually, I have a new job, and so I've been actually able to listen to you guys more, and I've been listening for the past 5 years since I moved to St. Louis. So,
God bless you.
Where'd you move from? Where'd you move from?
I'm actually a Boston native.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Did you enjoy Boston Sports Talk Radio? Is at least is considered really good, but maybe you are you a native of New England?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what do you think of, because they have WEEI, am I right, Martin? And then there was like 98.5, the Sports Hub or something?
You guys could be considered canonized for sainthood with how nice you are considered to what it is back there. If the Red Sox lose one game, the entire city burns. So, let alone against the Yankees.
So is that the hosts that get that going, or is that the fans' nature?
It's both.
Yeah.
It's absolutely both. I had a close friend here that actually went to a Red Sox game against the White Sox this year at Fenway, and he absolutely did not understand how bad it can be if you speak out against the Red Sox. Somebody in his section did so, and they got the brunt of it. It's a completely different animal up there, and it carries over to the radio. You guys have cheeky fun here. People call in screaming at the top of their lungs when somebody loses. They want heads to roll each and every single game. And this lasts for 162 games. So it's a lot of fun.
Cheeky fun, Tim.
I do like that. I like that. It might be the title of the segment, Chairman Kurt. So you got you got the world champion Celtics. I mean, you've had a hell of a run over the last couple of decades up there. Of course, the Red Sox, Patriots with the dynasty, Bruins won a cup. What would the order of the popularity of the four major teams be in Boston? Chester McNaughton.
It is always the Red Sox. When the movie The Town called Fenway the Cathedral of Boston, that's 100%. Like that's number one. Two is the Celtics. Patriots are now up there, but then you're also at. I would put the Bruins at fourth, but that's just us. So.
What if you take away the free agents and traded players? That would probably change it. Do you remember a guy named Eddie? Was it Eddie Edelman that was a host?
Yes.
Because Kachuk used to tell me, Marty, this guy Eddie makes all this friggin' money and he just talks about clam chowder instead of sports. I'm like, that's the move.
I would love to tell you this, and I've got red hair. I'm Irish Catholic, all the goods. I'm allergic to shellfish.
Oh no!
Oh,
That'd
no.
be Doug, that's for
No
sure.
chowder for you.
That is. Yep. Got out of sense of humor.
All right.
But no, I love you guys, and thanks for everything. But yeah, it's fun listening to you guys. You guys absolutely, especially with the new morning show. I'm glad you guys got it.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it, Chester McNaughton. Doug, that's Chester McNaughton from Boston, a fan of the show, not a fan of Jackson's topics today. Did not bring up the man bun, however. That has been the topic in the text inbox and also the YouTube chat.
That's just an idea.
I've never heard anyone say if I could have any hairstyle, if I had all the money in the world, I would want a man bun.
Well, if you're just playing like fantasy barber here, what are you going to say?
You ever play fantasy barber?
No. I'm not going to say like a Caesar cut or a high and tight. Like these are haircuts I can easily acquire. I'm looking for some fantastical.
But a man bun is such a weird look.
Says you.
Well, says most people, I think.
You don't watch enough EPL. Dudes out there are always man bunned up.
Man bun.
Man bunned up.
Yeah. Or just like long, kind of flowing locks. You know, that'd be nice.
Okay.
Let's see. Diddles the Piddles just texted in. What are you, sideways with Diddles the Piddles?
What kind of name is that?
You're the one who saved it.
No,
in the
but
text
just like
inbox.
imagine the guy like is like at his job, at his desk, and he goes over to his other buddy who listens. He's like, "You hear my text? I'm Diddles the Piddles," and he says that in an office.
What if you called him with a prize pack? Called his work. Yeah, I'm looking for Diddles Piddles.
Exactly.
Jackie Boy just wants a man bun so my old lady has something to grab while she's strapped up.
Oh,
Doug, that's from Diddles the Piddles.
Is he insinuating
deserve that.
his wife is dominating me?
That's exactly what he's insinuating.
And he's also insinuating he's going to go after Arbor Day for the 2025 Texter of the Year.
That's baseless. It's baseless.
Blues and Flames, 7 o'clock.
Blues and Flames, 7 o'clock. But on that topic, that is baseless. I don't get dominated.
Doug, my dream haircut is whatever Tim is sporting. Thanks. That's from Little Beer Cats.
Low. It's a low fade.
Yeah, my 2-year-old is at a point now where he keeps asking me what happened to my hair.
Oh, he does.
Yeah.
And what do you tell him? What do you tell him?
I tell him, I hope for your sake you don't inherit these genes. And I'm talking about everything I'm bringing to the table. Ladies and gentlemen, get involved on the program like Chester McNaughton did. We take calls from Bostonians. We take calls from Californians. We take calls from St. Louisans.
Right.
Get involved. 314-974-0101. The Collier and Thompson phone lines. And you also can text into the program, Air Comfort Service. Text line 314-399-9646. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We heard from Ed Hermann in the 8 o'clock hour along with John Kelly. And if you missed anything, you can always go back and podcast or watch the show at youtube.com/TMASTL.com. Just saw the great Tom Schmidt of Salt and Smoke in the hallway. Wonderful gentleman. Salt and Smoke, wonderful place. And he was saying, man, this time of year, I kind of get that, what is it, seasonal anxiety? Is that what it is?
Sad.
It stands for sad.
Yeah.
Something.
Seasonal affective disorder.
Thank you. Because I want to say depression, but that's not what it is. It's seasonal anxiety disorder? Affective disorder. Okay. I think I got the same thing. So you might be sitting there going, man, I'm just not feeling it right now. That can be because of the weather. Everybody's not going out. It's cold. We got snow on the ground still now for 9 days. But it also can be indicative of low testosterone, low energy, low motivation, fatigue. You're tired all the time, weight gain, muscle loss, especially with belly fat. You might be feeling anxious, moody, or irritable. These are symptoms of low testosterone. If you're dealing with those symptoms, get tested like I did at Mentality, a local healthcare facility, and they're going to check on your free testosterone. Testosterone's down 30%. 30%. 8%. Well, this year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's New Year offer is your chance to take back control. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. That is Mentality. TMA welcomes you to email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. And get involved in the program at your leisure by calling in as well. Doug, Radio Hall of Famer, Chris Mad Dog, we played him on Tom Brady. He also gave advice to Tony Romo, but this was before Tony Romo got the big deal at CBS.
Okay, let's hear it.
I'm not looking for a situation where I need hour upon hour and every play broken down for 30 seconds. I just don't need it. And Tony just does not shut up with the games. On and on. I mean, all right, Tony, this guy goes here, he runs here, look at this. They're going to run this play now, Jim. Jim, they're going to run offside tackle. I promise you. They're going to run this tight end here, he's going to go there. I mean, oh, my God. Tony, please, let the game breathe just a little. I can't take it with Romo.
Doug, he wants Tom Brady to stop talking. He wants Tony Romo to stop talking.
The one guy who never stops talking himself. Never. Screaming, too. How he keeps up that energy day after day, year after year, I do not know. I'm very envious.
And he doesn't like minutia yet. I wonder if that's how he gets sideways with Francesa. He doesn't like minutia.
Oh, I just would love to be a fly on the wall of their off-the-air conversations.
Yeah.
Just the two
their arguments would be great
self-important guys of all time.
Chairman Kurt's over there on the horn.
Yeah.
What's going on, Chairman Kurt?
He's still on the phone, unfortunately. So this guy's been talking to him for six fiscal minutes.
He had a call earlier, and I heard him say, "Is that all you got?"
What's going on, Chairman Kurt?
Randy's just kind of talking it over with me about haircuts and Blues and Chiefs.
Oh, kind of a potpourri. Martin, you like the Larry King columns where thoughts were just kind of given?
I like butter. I think the Sixers will be good this year.
That's what's going on.
Who needs the toaster anyway?
Randy's got a few things to talk about. I don't know, we're right on the clock.
We're right on the clock. You're exactly right. And Doug, as you know, this is day 2 of the new clock, and one of the breaks is 34. Well, it's 34 after the hour. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Randy's welcome to stick around for our next segment here on TMA. This is the Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Pistons defeat the Knicks last night, 124-119. Cade Cunningham with 36 points. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See it on Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, you like Falco, Rock Me Amadeus?
Well, it's okay, I guess. It's a little raucous.
Kind of a banger.
It is a banger. That's why it's my theme song. Anytime I do trivia night at St. Gabriel's, this is my walk-up music.
They play
No,
this.
really. You demand it, or you don't show up?
I think at this point, it's kind of understood.
And you kind of shuffle, you kind of sashay your way up there, bobbing your head.
Like Stephen A. walking into the NBA Finals.
Yes, that's a nice play. Ladies and gentlemen, it's TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Call in. I understand Randy has done so on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Yep, Randy stuck it out through the bank.
314-974-0101. Chris Rowan still mad at me in the YouTube chat, Doug. He wants to clarify, Martin, he did not want us to attack Joe Buck's kids.
I thought it was a typo. Joe Buck's kiss Chiefs.
No, kids. He says, I never wanted you to attack Joe Buck's kids. I was calling out your BS over mocking, ripping people, businesses almost every day of Chiefs. I don't know what that means, but I read what's in the prompter. It's just stupid to be that upset and bothered by it. That's Chris Rowan.
Okay.
But again, my premise is if you enjoy the Kansas City Chiefs, enjoy the Kansas City Chiefs. I personally don't, and I don't care if somebody likes a team, whether it be the Chiefs or the Kansas Jayhawks, for that matter.
Because
Jackson
some people like
disagrees.
things.
We differ a little bit.
Some people don't like other things.
So it all goes back to the C word, Chiefs.
Some people like things, and some people don't like other things.
Producer Joe. I mean, that man is a wise man. He's like the Yoda of this program. Randy's on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. Good morning, Randy.
Hey, good morning, y'all.
Morning, Randy.
How y'all doing?
Wonderful. How are you, sir?
I'm not bad. I'm just, I'm like I was telling whoever I was talking to.
You're talking to the chairman, Chairman Kurt.
Okay, sure. How you doing?
Chairman, how are things?
I'm great. Thanks, Randy.
I'm not awake yet. It's too early for me. I'm old. I don't get up this time.
Well, you sound spry. I would put you like at 41.
Oh, God love you. No. If you was a woman with big boobs, I'd marry you.
Okay.
You can run that for a promo.
How spry are you?
What'd you say?
How spry are you?
I'm 56, sir.
Okay. That's pretty spry. Well, that's not old. 56 is not old.
I know. I feel like I'm 90, though.
Were you up late last night?
Well, yeah. I after the crappy Rams won, I drank like 6 beers, and I thought it was a dream. I had to pinch myself.
All right.
I'm
my kind of guy.
But hey, let's talk Blues. Like I was telling somebody, I think I was telling you, the Blues need to get it together. They need to figure it out. They need to get it together.
Yeah, all right. We could probably call down there.
Randy, who was your solution?
Okay.
Randy, when you and I were chatting, you had an idea for a personnel move that you kind of thought might help things. Do you want to share that with the crew?
Oh, my God. I said to him, Kachuk and Marty Brodeur. Probably one of the 2 best players. I've actually met Marty Brodeur. And like they say, when he walked into the locker room, he just kind of walked around with his chest pumped out. He's like, I'm Marty Brodeur. And the guy looked at him like, who are you again? He goes, this is before they won the Stanley Cup. He goes, I'm the guy with the Stanley Cup. I'm like, wow, that is awesome. He's like, that's Marty Brodeur, a good goalie, that has Stanley Cup wins. I'm like, you go ahead, Marty. Preach on, man.
Randy, did you stop drinking last night?
Nah, why?
No reason to.
Okay.
Well, Brodeur's too old to play now. You want the Blues to get him now?
I'm just being sarcastic because, you have poor Jordan Bennington, and I really do think when his wife had the baby, I think Jordan had the kid. I really do.
What does that mean exactly?
His game went south, Hey, there ain't a man alive that's in that building right now that doesn't understand what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to be real. It's the honest God truth.
All right. Well, I wasn't completely sure what you meant.
Randy, have you ever called into the morning after before? I'm new here.
Yes, it was, but I've actually called in when my buddy Randy Curriker and what was her name, Michelle
Spaulding. She was in studio last week.
She was in the studio.
Yeah, she was doing her show, for ESPN from here in the building, and she came in, or maybe that was 2 weeks ago, I guess, actually, Randy.
I love Michelle. Michelle is she's a good person. She's got a great head on her shoulders. She's very smart, very intelligent.
She is. She's very talented, and she's very kind. You're exactly right, sir.
And you know what? My dad used to say that any football game that was on TV would be a good football game as long as Joe Buck wasn't there.
No, come on.
So now you don't like Joe Buck, or that was just your father saying?
Are you kidding me? No, my dad didn't like the guy. My dad thought Jack Buck is the man, fellas. Jack Buck is the guy.
Joe would agree with that.
Joe Buck is just he's a bad wart on somebody's in their heel of their shoe.
Oh, come on. He's one of the greatest broadcasters of all time.
Jordan Bennington and Joe Buck just taking shrapnel.
God, I'm tired of this story.
I'm tired. Look, guys, you guys always have been honest since I've already talked to you guys. I'm just being real as it is.
All right.
We need to have a talk show where you can be real and we be fired in the first 30 minutes.
Well, Doug, that's the business.
All right. Let's keep it real, Randy. What was how long ago since you had a cocktail? Like 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes?
Actually, it was 30 minutes ago, sir. I had one on the way up to work.
Maybe on the way up to work. Oh, my goodness. What industry are you in? Because if you're an airline pilot, I might stay home today.
I tell you what, if I flew a plane right now, you would never get to where you're going.
It's a live read.
Hey, I would be the guy that looks at the manifest and goes, "What the hell's all this shit here?" And I'd be like,
"I can't say that. You can't use the S word.
This is not game day. This is not game day.
Trying to get too real.
What industry are you in, Randy?
Okay, so all kidding aside, I've been driving a semi truck for almost 40 years. I'm over a 1 million mile driver.
Wow!
Please, okay. Well, please be safe. Maybe take a little break, have some coffee before you hit the road.
Yeah, that's overrated. Shit, nobody needs.
No, you can't say Jackson.
Two is the max. You can't trust it anymore.
Oh boy. Well,
you got too real.
People are suggesting bleach shots, maybe.
That's a TMA caller tradition. Oftentimes. So what were so he's not a fan of Joe Buck or Jordan Bennington? Is that correct?
Yeah, both took shots.
Wanted Kachuk and Brodeur to help turn things around.
It's too late.
Kind of laughed at his own material, and I just my read was that he might still be intoxicated.
Good morning, guys. Can you block all calls from outside of the 270 loop? Thanks. That's from Long Tom.
That's where the meat is, baby. That's where you get the good stuff.
Are we screening these calls at all?
No.
It's from the 314.
Chairman talked to him for better part of half a segment.
Yeah, I think the early part of the 9 o'clock hour, me and Randy got to know each other pretty well.
He seems like a likable sort.
I didn't know he was going to go sailor on
it. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to call in, and we will take calls from outside the 270 loop here on TMA. It's 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMA STL. 237 people are watching the program at YouTube.com/TMA STL. Subscribe to the show, and you can enjoy the festivities. You like the merch that we have? I've got the stocking cap on. You can get yours at TMASTLshop.com. And I'm looking to hire a graphic designer, by the way. So if you're looking for a little side project, email me at McKernan@InsideSTL.com. Doug, you want to tell us about who you want to tell us about?
Okay, well, yes, if you're going to hire a graphic designer, I hope you pay the taxes on that salary.
Absolutely.
Well, if you don't, you might run into IRS problems. So that happens sometimes with people running small businesses. They make a tax mistake, and then next thing you know, you're in trouble with the godforsaken tax man. Maybe you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or worse, you are facing an IRS criminal investigation. Happens all the time, and it's a big issue. If that's a problem for you, you need to contact STL Tax Lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. Mark does a holistic approach to tax problems. He now helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems here in St. Louis. Started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country. So he's been on both sides of this, and he received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. He is the guy you want in your corner if you have any kind of tax problems. The website again, stltaxlawyer.com. You'll be saying, I'm not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
How about this from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully? Tim, my wife, actually made up some shirt ideas. She can send them to you if you're still looking. I absolutely am. That's Joey Vitale's Orange Scully. Team McKernan inside STL. Yeah, I'm looking to hire somebody.
Like Randy?
Brandy, yeah, he might be looking for a gig now, considering the set of circumstances. Yeah, with some graphic design for TMASTLshop.com background, like a side gig, I don't know. Email me, we'll talk about the details. Team McKernan inside STL.com. Email in for the program to win winter warm-up tickets. We'll be doing the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day in an hour. This, you can email in the morning after at inside STL.com, by the way. This is TMA 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. We welcome you to participate in the show. Call in, Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which comes your way in about an hour. We're giving away winter warm-up passes for the email of the day festivities that come your way at 10:50. Compete against the greats. The standings, stay-at-home, self-made. I apologize. Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux Mom has 3 wins. Buck Swope with a win. Misty Plops with a win. Doty's Takeaway with a win. The Degenerate from Jefferson County with a win. And TMA Walrus #1 with a win. That is your standings here on January 14th. 2025. We have the final 8 in the NFL playoffs. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman. Joe Buck taking shrapnel from caller Randy in the previous segment, but he still was on the call last night of the wild card game. Here is Joe Buck and Troy Aikman alarmed by what was going on with the coaching staff of the Vikings last night on the down 18 in the fourth quarter.
Vikings, I assume, are aware they're down 18 points.
I was kind of thinking the same thing.
I mean, they're running the ball. They're slow to the line.
Minnesota has kind of conceded this one. I mean, they're in no rush to get the ball snapped.
That is the 11 tackle for a loss.
They might have been fearing for Sam Darnold's life at that point. They just thought, let's just get this over with.
But I mean, 18 points. Why not just go?
I thought it was. I found it to be quite odd. Their cavalier approach to the entire fourth quarter.
I don't get it. Sam Darnold, I saw, was asked following the game about the season, the progress both for him and the team, and he goes, "Hey, when it's all said and done, you're judged by what you do in the playoffs in the NFL." And I agree with him. Hey, good for him. He's not spinning it. And it's one thing to lose. I think what stands out in particular for the Vikings and the Steelers, considering where they both were through November, is the way that it ended with the Vikings having an opportunity to be the #1 overall seed and just playing like garbage in Detroit. And then last night in Arizona against the Rams to only put up 9 points. I mean, that colors both the fan perception that we're just doomed and then the Darnold perception that was an outlier this year.
Vikings have lost their last 3 playoff appearances.
And the Chargers got beat bad, too. And Herbert threw, 4 interceptions? He threw 3 during the regular season.
Yeah, he did not look good.
Sometimes things just unravel quickly in a playoff game.
Well, Darnold specifically, they were talking about this on the broadcast last night, too, that he's probably cost himself a decent amount of money because he's obviously likely going to be shopped around because they have J.J. McCarthy, top pick, sitting there, and that's who they kind of want the future to be. I don't know if they want the future to be Sam Darnold. And certainly he's increased his stock, but not like what it was when they were sitting there with a chance to be the #1 seed.
Kevin O'Connell was also a hot property. Remember the talk about him being traded, and he said, I want to be here, I want to stay here. Their last 2 games are big games at Detroit. They laid an egg last night. I mentioned it earlier, Kurt Warner basically said he choked in the moment there, basically said that. When they went for it on 4th down, gave the ball back to the Rams, and then they scored to go up 24-3. And then that weird fourth quarter approach that Joe Buck points out and Troy Aikman. I mean, your season's on the line. You do everything. You start chucking it 80 yards, do anything you can. It felt like O'Connell sort of froze in the moment.
I don't know. It's like a college coach who's trying to manage the deficit to make the optics look less grotesque than they actually were. A Signetti.
Yeah. Or drink sometimes.
Well, drink in 21 against A&M was one that stood out to me. I'm like,
Kansas
you're just
State
kind of manage. Yeah, the Kansas State thing. Yeah, I mean, it's playoffs. This isn't college. You're not going to be ranked.
I know.
You go balls to the wall. What else you got to lose here? How about this little anecdote, which I think is something of note that speaks to sports gambling and sports casting and the marriage. What an analyst makes a prediction about what a player might do in an upcoming game. Does the analyst really believe in that pick? Not necessarily. especially if it's Jason Kelce. Shortly before the Monday night game between the Vikings and the Rams got underway, the Monday night countdown crew made their choices on the ESPN prop bets. Scott Van Pelt says to Jason Kelce, Jason, you're up first. Touchdown passes for Matthew Stafford. What's the number? He says, I've got 2+ touchdowns because they told me to. After some laughter on the set, Kelce explained, I don't like picking touchdowns before offering a slightly deeper extension. But listen, Matthew's my guy. I think he's going to get 2+ touchdowns. They got a week of rest. I think he's going to come out firing all cylinders. I got him 2+ touchdowns on the Monday playbook. Ryan Clark then offered his pick. I'm going to go Kyren Williams, 80+ rushing yards, not because anybody told me to, but because I actually believe it. In other words, the prop bets that are obviously sponsored, are they being told to take things and then give it off as if it's gambling advice? And then is there some kind of, and I use this term very loosely, fiduciary responsibilities to listeners if you're talking about gambling advice to truly believe what you're saying. Martin, I don't know if you're aware of this. You are not a degenerate, unlike myself. There is a hot industry right now called the tout industry. Touts. Jackson actually subscribes to a guy and pays for his picks. And what's that guy's name?
Sakes.
Bear down.
T-A-U-T?
Yeah, bear down, cuz. My guy.
That's Jackson's guy. Bear down, cuz.
No, he's not my cousin.
Kyren Williams, 76 yards. So he just missed the 80.
Cats and dogs.
Stafford did have 2 touchdowns.
How much do you pay this sodbuster?
$3 a month.
$30 a month? $3 a month for him to tell you who to gamble.
Single die. He's profitable.
Does he publicize his record?
Yeah.
He does. Mm-hmm. And what kind of ROI are we talking here?
He's better NFL than college, but I like that because I feel like I have a better read on college than I do NFL. I'm going to find out what his record was for this year. Shout out to Bear Down.
How did you find out about Bear Down?
Bear Down works with a bunch of the guys who do Bob Does Sports, which is a golf channel on YouTube.
You like that Fat Perez?
Fat Perez. He's got his wedge game is unbelievable, and he does a lot of work with them. And so I found out, started supporting him, and he makes him some money. I'm telling you, he just makes you some money. I'm trying to find out.
He's some money. What was that about?
I don't know.
I'm trying to multitasking with my ADD.
So if
$3 a month.
If he hits it big, he'll get that man bun.
Yeah, there's a lot of things I'd buy before hair. Just being honest.
But you don't need the hair. You've got a full head of hair.
I'm doing okay, but there could be better. Have you seen some people's hair out there? Goodness gracious.
I have seen some people's hair.
Taking a shot?
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Like you're in no trouble right now.
Doing okay.
The game that actually hit Bettors the hardest was the Eagles and the Packers game when Saquon Barkley laid down late in that game. For those of you who are still watching it, Barkley had a chance to run almost completely unimpeded into the end zone, but he opted to kneel down instead, and then he set things up so the Eagles could run out the clock, secure the win. They led 22-10 with 1:09 left. The Eagles faced 2nd and 6 from their own 24-yard line. Hurts handed the ball to Barkley, bust through the line for 17 yards. He could have likely run all the way to the end zone. Instead, he slid down, giving himself up in the process. For the gambling community, Barkley was the most bet anytime touchdown scorer in the game. He went scoreless because he gave himself up in the moment and allowed his team to run out the clock. The Eagles knelt on the ball and took the 22-10 win into the divisional round. Barkley finished the day with 119 yards on 25 carries while adding 2 catches for 4 yards. However, he did not have any touchdowns, and so the sports books were grateful for him sliding, whereas gamblers lost out when he did so. Had he broken free, as he did, and finished the run, people would have gotten paid.
There are certain situations that are pretty rare when it's better off not to score, but I don't really think that was one of them. You're already up by 12. This would have put you up by 19 with a minute to go.
His logic was if I pop a hammy, at the 20-yard line, what was the point?
Well, what if he blows out his knee sliding? You could always say that.
But
he could easily have scored. Just score the touchdown.
What, do you have action on it?
No, I don't. But I don't really like a guy just falling down either.
I think it's kind of classy. You don't chuck up a 3 when you're up 25 points and 30 seconds left.
Well, it's a little different.
Could pull that hammy. Steven Jackson, was it game 1? Tim, was that 20?
Yes. That was September 11th, 2011, Martin. Michael Vick
If you're worried about him getting hurt and you're not going to score a touchdown when you can, why is he in the game?
Ice it. That's what he did. He iced it.
But he might get hurt icing it.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong. I'm saying, but what you're talking about likelihood of getting hurt.
If you think a 12-point lead, the game is over, so you're going to sit down, he shouldn't be on the field if you're that worried about him getting hurt. Go ahead, score the touchdown. You're up by 19. You think the Packers are coming back down by 19 with a minute to go?
No shot.
No.
But I don't think they're coming back from 12 either.
How about this from Ironhead? Had he scored, I would have won $1,370 on an 8-leg parlay.
Ooh.
That hurts.
Yeah,
God.
it does. That's what it gets you. It's always the one leg.
Oh, man.
Well, sorry, Doug. To your point earlier, Tim, with the Jason Kelsey ESPN, it's a whole different thing now because ESPN has their own betting.
Well, that's, somebody texted in from the 618. I said, I brought this up and this ESPN bet came about. How can we trust any information they provide? I said it's at best a conflict of interest. And that is why Kelsey just joking around last night. I mean, that's what he does, and they're just screwing around. And when he says, I've got Stafford, I think he's going to throw for 2 or more touchdowns. And I'm sure there's some people, more often than not, degenerates, watching that and going, oh, wonder if Kelsey knows something here about the Vikings secondary and maybe what the Rams game plan is. I'm going to put X on, Stafford to throw 2+ touchdowns. And then Kelsey jokingly says, I'm taking this not because I know, but because they told me to. And then you have the ESPN Bet app, and it is indeed, without question, a conflict of interest.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like the original thing was when Shams Charania, who's now at ESPN, he's the new Woj, was at FanDuel, and he gave out this thing about the NBA draft, and it completely shifted the odds on it, and it changed up on him, and people were like, what the hell? This is kind of the first time you've seen something like that, but that very much is a conflict of interest.
Slightly related, we were talking about Tony Romo earlier. What I was told early on is that he was still really plugged in within the league. Because it wasn't that long ago that he had been in the game, so he knew all these coordinators, coaches, players, so they would have all these production meetings. They would kind of tell him, oh, yeah, when we're in this situation, we'll do this. So he had all this really good intel. So he would always say, hey, Jim, this is when they'll probably, because people were telling him that. Yeah. And now that's since sort of faded away. He doesn't really know the same people. Yeah. So he doesn't do that. Remember how he was sort of like a magician? He would guess ahead. Yeah. He always sort of knew what the next play, and some of that wasn't just his great football acumen.
He was like Axe in Billions?
Doug, was he like Axe in Billions?
Just exactly like Axe in Billions.
He had inside word.
So he had direct knowledge that would kind of allow for him to speculate with good accuracy, and now he's gotten away from it. Now he just says, hey, Jim. Jim. Jim's like, I'm right here.
8-leg parlay and only winning $1,300. Sorry you lost your $5, Ironhead. Oh. That's from the old Appleton stepdad.
Unit
not
shaming.
Impressed.
Unit shaming.
Now, you don't like unit shaming.
No. If people, he was probably betting responsibly. Wow, tough word. He was probably betting right. Like, you don't have to bet all that money, to impress some guys on the text line. You're going to bet.
Old Appleton stepdad's somebody you'd like to impress, though. He's a good guy. He sits on the front porch there on Old Appleton.
It's down there on the way to Cape.
Yeah, and he drinks Country Time lemonade.
It's like 80
Old
people.
Appleton stepdad.
You ever sit on a porch and have some lemonade? Lemonade's good.
I just pictured Wilford Brimley.
That's exactly right.
I suppose I have at some point. I didn't really take in the moment too much, I guess.
Did you feel like the old Appleton stepdad?
I didn't.
I actually thought the same thing, though. Wouldn't you have won more for something, an 8-leg? I think you'd really win a huge number. That's plenty of money.
Multiple audience members are texting in to shame the size of Ironhead's bet. They did the math as fellow gamblers going, okay, an 8-team parlay, that had to be like a $5 bet. Jackson's really upset about that.
It's like, well, let the man live, let him do what he wants to do.
Timmy wrote back, I'm just screwing around for fun to watch the game, brah.
Yeah, agreed.
BRUH. Yeah, he wrote back.
You don't have to put your kid's college fund on the game to enjoy it. Just have some fun. A little 8-leg parlay. Whatever.
Guys, what drives me nuts the most is when Romo starts marking on the screen before the snap.
Oh, the telestrator?
The telestrator.
Yeah, that is probably a little bit of overkill. I personally never thought that was. I mean, I'm impressed, but he was a quarterback in the NFL. It's not crazy to me that he can recognize formations and then make a educated guess on what the next play was. Nor did I really want that on my broadcast. I might even be with Mad Dog.
Oh, a little less is more.
I generally think so. I don't know. It's tough. The color commentary thing seems like a really tough gig because you don't know when is too much and when you should be criticizing, when you should be in support. It seems like a tough gig.
But I think Joe
football.
would tell you, the NFL especially, it's an analyst-driven broadcast medium where you tee up the analyst constantly, and it allows for it with the play, and then they stop, and there's the breakdown period. It just, Joe's a big star, so he's going to have a chance to chime in even more. But I think Burkhardt defers to Brady quite a bit. I mean, that's part of the job of being football play-by-play is to tee up the analyst. So you just see that more, I think, than in other sports.
You think John Madden would be the best ever? I'd say for my money, I think he would be.
He certainly
the
made
most enjoyable.
He made that job bigger than life, it seemed.
Mm-hmm.
How about this from Jackson's buddy? Is he from Ladue? Sweet guy? Want to hear my bad beat of the weekend? $50 to win $2,000 on an 8-legger. First 7 hit comes down to the 8th. Missouri State plus 6.5. They're down 3 with 3.8 seconds left. Missouri State hits the 3 to force overtime, and they lose by 10 in OT. How about them apples? That's from Jackson's buddy, and also perhaps the gentleman lover of the recovering alcoholic of Belleville and Webster Groves. His name is Sweet Kai.
It's time to get help.
College basketball single-digit spreads are just dangerous because you're dealing with free throws. There's the overtime. You can have so many of these things happen. Guys just shoot willy-nilly with the last seconds to go, completely upend your bet. I always suggest if it's single-digit. Now, tonight against Florida is different.
You're laying the 10.5 points, and you're taking the Gators, and you're cheering against your Missouri Tigers, Doug. That's what this guy's doing tonight.
Well, it makes sense.
Nope. I would take a cyanide pill before I cheer against my Tigers. But I'm saying from a betting standpoint, I do not like the Tigers' chance in Gainesville tonight. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope everyone makes fun of me tomorrow for being wrong.
Place a wager right now.
It's as confident as I've been in a Missouri spread so far this year.
I'm going to place a wager.
I don't feel like a true son anymore.
They're going to lose by more than 10.5?
Yeah.
I would think they would consider it a moral victory to keep it that close.
There are no moral victories around here, baby.
Oh, there are 2. And that'd be one of them.
No, banners only.
Oh, how many banners they got?
They got a couple Big 8 titles.
Okay.
I think they hang stuff for appearances, so they got a couple.
Yeah. Like the Nashville Predators. All right, Martin. Bet's just been submitted to my high school bookie.
Listen, I really hope I'm wrong.
Good. I got minus 105 on the 10.5.
I've watched Florida.
This is one of those bets where I'll look at my account tomorrow and go, the hell did I bet on?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This is an 8 p.m. tip, so... I think.
It won't be televised for anyone to see until 8:20.
That's exactly right.
No, the game will start, and then there'll be a little line at the bottom. If you're hoping to see this game, please flip to your streaming app.
It's the worst.
The 8 o'clock game. It'll be, and Missouri trails 8-2 here. 16:47 to go, first half.
So that's a 9 p.m. start in Gainesville.
Yeah.
Oof.
Billikens are getting 9 tonight against VCU. Maxwell Hung says SLU money line has good value, and Joey Vitale's Orange Scully says SLU plus 9 tonight. They like that play, Doug. Jackson, I mean, you are a college basketball analyst here. Josh Schertz hosts the show. Doug coaches the team. What is your analysis of that one?
SLU has looked a lot better
Boy,
since
I'm telling you,
conference play.
A totally different team.
Yeah, and you could see, I mean, Schertz has dealt with a lot of injuries, and obviously guys leaving, this, that, and the other, not to mention being a first-year head coach with a bunch of new players. But it seems like they're settling in with the team they have a lot more. The offense looks a lot better. I think that they, against
getting 10 on my high school bookie side.
Any A-10 game, home or away, I think they're going to be in, and that's a big number. So
10's a big number.
VCU have fans tonight. Remember last week they had the no fan
they had a water
but that was in
situation in their
Richmond,
building,
right? Or was that
VCU
in
both?
Okay,
Richmond and VCU, both campuses just have
water
it.
issue. VCU.
Yeah, Doug. Maybe we have an angle on this. Maybe we're like Axon Billions
because they have a water issue.
He dressed really well
and inside information.
I really like the way he dressed.
Damian Lewis.
Yeah.
What about Paul Giamatti?
A lot of candle wax. He wore a lot of candle wax.
How can a gentleman wear candle wax?
You go to certain basements.
I think he's insinuating S&M play, and it sounds like you're kink shaming, and I've got a problem with that.
No, it's just something I wouldn't want to wear. A lot of leather.
That's fine. But what if Doug comes in here in a leather gimp suit tomorrow? Are you going to say
Who
something?
says I won't?
See?
That would be the greatest day in the history of man. If Doug walked in the gimp suit, didn't say anything, and then when the show started, unzipped the little mouth hole.
Oh.
God, so creepy.
Where would you even get a mask?
The look on Martin's.
You're asking where one gets a gimp suit?
Yes.
Kurt,
we have some listeners that I know for a fact have one that you could borrow.
I don't want to borrow it. I'm just asking where you get
keep
that.
it. You want it for
stuff.
keeps.
You probably could have got one when you guys were underneath or down on the cobblestone.
The landing right beneath us, Doug.
Yeah. Missed my chance.
Do you think they rent them out like tuxes? Like you can rent a gimp suit?
I would think so.
Business opportunity.
The smut shop. Right next to the Show-Me's.
That's right next to the Show-Me's. Martin, you got onboarding, right?
Yeah, I got to go. We're starting to rent gimp suits. I think I better go do some training.
Send your emails in. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin Kilcoyne back tomorrow. We're back for the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkett, Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been locally owned and locally operated for 30-plus years. Michael has been running that thing for 30 years and takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. And that's why he's offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. His passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is awesome in this industry. At Michael's, they have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it is back in style. So many varieties of all flooring, and they have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They're in Creve Coeur, and then they're in Darden Prairie, and then they're in St. Peter's. And if you are interested in their product or working for them and getting $7 a square yard, go to Michael's at IGotFloored.com. That's Michael's Flooring, IGotFloored.com. $7 a square yard for carpet installers at Michael's Flooring, IGotFloored.com. It's TMA, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. That's where you can go shopping for a new or pre-owned vehicle. And then there's a secret number at 314-252-0029 that you can call or text. And then you're going right to Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganess and the people in charge at Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. It's Munganess, St. Louis Acura. Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Doug and I, very happy clients for a long time there and recommend them wholeheartedly to you. If you want to email me, McKernan at InsideSTL.com. I'll be happy to make an email introduction to Jamie Burkhardt for you. Can't say enough good things about our 10 o'clock hour sponsor here on TMA. You can also email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We are giving away passes to this weekend's winter warm-up as the prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. If you would like to take your family down to winter warm-up, win the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can compete at approximately 10:48 here on TMA. I am of the opinion, and I think most people are, if you're observing this, that Nolan Arenado isn't going anywhere until Alex Bregman decides on what he is going to do. And Sports Illustrated, and when I read Sports Illustrated, I never know if I'm reading a real person or AI. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This person is named Jackson Roberts.
Oh.
You like Jason Robards, Doug?
I did.
So did I.
He owned the Twins before he died.
Yes.
Dude.
I mean, that's
what was the name
Little
of it?
Big League.
Little Big League.
And
yeah.
the kid, like, I get he's sad his grandpa died, but he was just given $1 billion franchise. Maybe not back then, but now. Yeah. And he's just like, I wish I had my grandpa. I was like, you just got gifted the Twins. Lock in.
Wow, sounds like we know the price of life for you.
Kid would rather have his family.
If my grandpa was Jason Robards, I'd be pretty sad too, because that's a legend.
Doug, what a wonderful role he had in Parenthood. 1988, he played Steve Martin's father in Parenthood, which was based in Kirkwood.
Was it really?
Yeah,
it wasn't. It wasn't.
Yeah,
It was.
A lot of Cardinals stuff. I mean, their first scene, they were at a Cardinal game.
Spoiler alert.
Huh.
They're at Sportsman's Park to start, and then Busch Stadium.
Spoiler alert.
This is like I think the credits are still rolling during this part. And he's in All the President's Men. And
Sportsman's Park wouldn't still have been standing when they made the movie.
I know, but it was a flashback.
You sound like an ass right now. You're embarrassing yourself.
It was a flashback. It was a When did Sportsman's Park close?
65?
66.
Yeah. So there's
beginning
a
of
flashback.
66.
There's a flashback.
Home of the Larry Wilson burger. And you can get waffle fries and steak fries?
Well, I'm talking about the stadium. You're talking about the restaurant.
Curly fries is what you get there.
Closing time may not be here yet. Closing time. Semisonic.
Doug, hum a few bars.
I'm not going to.
Closing time might not be here yet, or opening day in this case, but it's definitely approaching. And the Red Sox and Alex Bregman are just staring at each other from across the room. I kind of like this. Bregman, who was a two-time All-Star third baseman in his 9 years with the Astros, hasn't gotten the offers yet in free agency that he initially hoped for. Boston, like his last best bet to clear the $150 million mark, except the Red Sox appear to be playing the waiting game, hoping the price tag comes down. What if, in some way, the Red Sox are actually hoping to lose the Bregman sweepstakes? There's a free agent hitting the market next winter who could flip all their plans upside down. See, this is what I see from Red Sox fans. This is the guy they really want, and it's not Arenado and it's not Bregman. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. of the Blue Jays is one of the best right-handed hitters in all of baseball, and the Red Sox know right-handed power is their biggest weakness as an offense. He's also a lot younger than Bregman, entering his age 26 season, while Bregman will play most of the year at 31. One of the columnists for the Red Sox has been urging the Sox to wait out Bregman in the hopes that they get Guerrero instead in Boston for the 2026 season. And if that is the case, then they would also pass on Nolan Arenado, and they would go with Devers at third, and the prospect Tristan Casas, who is at first base right now. No Arenado.
Well, Bregman wouldn't give him a whole lot more offense than what Arenado would give him. It'd probably cost you a lot less. In a very home run friendly ballpark in left field down there in Houston, he had 25 homers last year, 25 the year before, 23 and 12 before that.
What is more homer friendly, you think? The Minute Maid Park or Fenway?
I'd say Minute Maid for a right-handed hitter.
I would think so as well. I've stood at home plate at Minute Maid, and I'm in awe. It honestly reminded me of Afton Athletic Association, where I played for the cutest team in 1986. And I hope this doesn't come off as a humble brag, but I was an all-star.
You were a heck of a ball player.
But in my baseball card pictures, it looks like I have little man breasts.
I've seen that picture.
And it kind of ruins the all-star thing.
As a kid, you had man boobs?
Well, I don't think I did, but I think the cutest uniform, and again, this is nothing against the cutest family or their stable of funeral homes. I think the uniform was constructed sometime in 75. Also, you might be surprised to hear this, my dimensions were a little off. And so the jersey, which was probably created for like Eddie Goodell, it scrunched up and it made it look like I had man breasts.
We talking about boobs?
Apparently so.
Yep.
You don't see that out of a lot of Little League players.
Vlad Jr. would be Manny 2.0. He's tailor-made for Fenway. That's from Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson says is attractive, but he's not attracted to him.
Did Eric in the Central West End have breasts when he played Little League Baseball? Text in.
I wonder if Jeff Burkett knows Jackson would rather be the owner of the Utah Jazz than have him still have breath in his lungs. Yeah. Yikes. That's from Flip Wilson.
It's a tough conversation. First of all, Jason Robards is his grandfather in the movie. His father had already passed.
So you devalue the life of the grandparent in comparison to the parent?
Not necessarily, not at all. But I'm just saying, I understand the sadness, but you were just bequeathed the Minnesota Twins.
A problem with that.
Yeah, I didn't.
Well, that's
didn't
the correct term. That's the correct term. He was bequeathed the Minnesota Twins to own in perpetuity. Like, that's a pretty sweet deal. You
Even
never
if
have
your
to work
grandfather.
again.
Now, most grandfathers won't own a professional sports franchise, but a lot of them would have a few $1 million in savings. So that's a tough conversation for a lot of kids to have. Do you want your grandfather? Do you want some of that money?
You obviously want your grandfather for as long as possible, but if you know what the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow is the Twins, I'm not saying you do anything.
It helps ease the pain a little bit.
Wow.
You can carry on his legacy. This is what you're telling yourself.
Right. And he managed the team, Billy Haywood.
Okay.
Coach third sometimes. I love Little Big League, by the way. That's a great baseball movie.
So on goodorbad.com, it is
good. It's like, in terms of kids' baseball movies, that is cream of the crop.
Yeah, might be. Yeah, it was a good one.
It's better than Rookie of the Year. It's way better than Angels in the Outfield.
Wow, Tony Danza and Joe Torre take hits out of nowhere along with Danny Glover. Very, very disappointing.
They didn't have it coming either.
Yeah, they're just doing their business, and the next thing you know, Jackson.
No good.
All right, fair enough. Email in what you think is good. The morning after at InsideSTL.com, because we have coming up the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, and the prize for winning it. Winter warm-up passes Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, a holiday. Enjoy the winter warm-up, courtesy of TMA. Enjoying the Fast Lane and the Rizzuto Show for the Champ Bash at Hot Shots Fenton next Sunday. January 26th, hang with members of both shows and watch the AFC and NFC Championship games. Plus, enjoy bucket specials, delicious food, tons of TVs to watch the games, giveaways throughout the day, and the Pick'em Challenge punishment live on site. Champ Bash kicks off with a live 2-hour pregame show at 11 a.m., and the fun continues until the NFC and AFC champions are crowned. Don't miss this year's Championship Bash with 101 ESPN, the Riz Show at Hot Shots Fenton next Sunday, January 26th. Get all the details now at 101ESPN.com. Jackson, this is in the dossier, and I have no idea what it means. Look at segment 10.1, Doug.
Okay.
Yes. What is this?
Castle Core.
Doug, what is Castle
It
Core?
says why experts have issued warnings about the popular sex trend.
And this is
a sports show.
Yeah, I mean, Doug is adamant it is 100% sports all the time, and I second that notion in our board meetings. So I see this Castle Core thing. And I was thinking about the video game. Was it 88 Castlevania?
I don't know the year.
That's what I thought it was, but I don't know what Castle Core is.
It's essentially like what Renaissance fairs in the bedroom.
Oh no.
Oh well, those people don't have sex.
Oh, well, apparently they do. Now I feel like the Deucias are both doing just a touch of kink shaming. As some people, really like it. With the what's mentioned in here, I'm just reading as dragon genitalia.
What in the world is that?
It's an
Doug, how am I going to explain this to my kids
There's
tonight?
no way to.
The British erotic retailer Love Honey says its customers have been especially excited by corsets and fantastical. Nope, can't say that word.
No.
So it sounds like you didn't read the story before you submitted it as segment 10-1 on January 14th, 2025's dossier. That's my read. I'm just telling you what I picked up here.
Yeah,
Nonsense.
I heard it too.
Nonsense. Because they go on to talk about Castlecore erotica, where smut books rose between 78%.
Can we just do live reads until the email of the day and not do any of Jackson's nonsense? That's from the delectable Danny Pintaro, who is not happy with the story selection in today's dossier. Doug, today's topic, Castlecore.
What do people want from me? That's what I ask.
Well, not this.
What do they want?
You're telling me
what do
this,
they want?
This is people dressed up like knights and damsels in distress from the old English days.
Sure.
And
Old
taking
English,
it to the
malt liquor.
Taking it to the
New
bedroom.
sponsor.
Yeah. Yes.
That's what this is.
Oh, he isn't the sponsor of the segment. Yeah. It's just people, getting busy, and maybe they do it in a kind of ye old way.
Ye old way. Oh.
I think there's nothing wrong with that.
Is there anything about jousting it?
Yeah. Oh, God.
Wow.
You're on the same page, you and Chairman, Doug.
I don't think jousting would not be for me. Even if you win, it doesn't seem like it's like great. You got to do it again.
Thank goodness. I was waiting for the dragon talk. That's from caller Buzz.
Like
Sounds
what? Like we
he's
do
not
this
happy.
often? Like we talk about dragons all the time?
What's that restaurant with like a jousting kind of old English theme?
Well, they have that at the Excalibur in Las Vegas, one of the top properties to stay at, I think.
Medieval Times?
That's the one.
Medieval Times. Shout out to Mike Ryder for that one.
Oh, wow, Ryder. Quick on that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of that has gone out of business. Like dinner theater in general. Like, are people really looking for dinner and the show at the same time?
You know what people want from you? To stop your stupid updates. That's from Eric in the Central West End. Not happy with the jazz score from last night.
I didn't give it. Did I give a jazz score? I can't remember. It was so long
Stick
ago.
to furries, nerds. That's from Dickie Betts.
No, see, these people are kink shaming. Like, it's cool,
You can absolutely kink shame if the people are nuts.
What about that is nuts?
About being a furry?
No.
I'm sorry, you're nuts if you're furry. You just are.
I have to tell you, it sounds like you might be kink shaming.
I am absolutely kink shaming.
Yeah, there's no debate. What are you doing?
And if you're wearing jousting equipment and you're going to the bedroom with that, you're nuts.
Well,
you're a nut job.
Logistically,
you're a jackwagon.
Can you imagine trying to get busy wearing a suit of armor?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like you have to remove some of that. But I liked the article about Castlecore. I don't know. Maybe I'm off.
Well, it sounds like you were just reading it for the first time on the air when you were caught off guard by something that you thought might be too profane to read.
Well, I didn't go word by word with it, but I was on my dining room table in my apartment last night.
You haven't thought about experimenting with
table
this?
with print?
It's more of it's a 4-top. Would you call that a dining room table, or it was like a kitchen table? It's only 4 seats. It's not really a dining room
I would
table.
call that a dining room table. But again, you're printing things out?
No. I was on my laptop here, and I was reading. I was like, "What's Castlecore?" And I read the gist of it, and I liked it.
Where'd this come from?
New York P.
You think you might experiment with this Castlecore?
No, it's not for me. But I love Game of Thrones, and so I could get why people would get down with that. I don't know.
And then the next segment, Doug, is OnlyFans Bonnie Blue claims she had sex with 1,057 men in 12 hours, broke world record. And then Jackson gives us his thought, you need to grow more compassion about open relationships. Doug, you can read it with your own eyes.
Yes.
That's what's in our dossier. We got the Blues
editorializing.
and Flames. We got Missouri and Florida. We got the Billikens and VCU. We got Gary Pinkel, and I want to talk some Mizzou hoops.
Yeah, I feel more vindicated than ever.
I don't believe this is true either.
What?
1,057 men in 12 hours.
This is exactly
I saw somebody do the math breakdown. That
not
means
true.
each gentleman got 40.9 seconds.
Yeah, you couldn't do
That's
it.
plenty.
You couldn't shake that many hands in 12 hours.
10:33 in St. Louis. Email in about it. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. And then you're on your way to the winter warm-up. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt in for Martin Kilcoyne while he's onboarding Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Soliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Calgary Flames right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Soliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Oh, Doug, out of nowhere.
Is that a yakety sax?
It's the yaketiest.
P-Rock and CL Smooth, 1992?
I don't know the years. Tim?
I'm going to say this with a percentage of 98% certainty. But either way, 92 is going to win. And this is kind of the jam. It is TMA, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt in for Martin Kilcoyne. I think he's about halfway through his onboarding process.
It's been like three or 4 months already.
Yeah, we've been on here for 3 months. But it's a process. You remember how long it took you to onboard?
It felt like it was about 15, 20 minutes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It was like a better part of a year and a half.
Yeah, it was a year and a half. And there's Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. You know, early in the show, we read Joe Lenardi's bracketology. Doug, good news. The Athletics, Joe Rexroad has released his.
We don't need another bracketology.
We don't need another hero. Tina Turner, Mad Max, Beyond Thunderdome. Missouri, well, they're in the tournament. And just like 2002, when they took on Jason Capono and Steve Lavin on a Thursday night in San Jose, they'll be taking on UCLA, except this time they'll be doing so in Cleveland.
We don't have any idea whether this is true or not.
Now, the controversial thing about this bracketology from Joe Rexroad is the following. Florida is the 2 seed, whereas Missouri and UCLA 7 and 10. But Florida's going to have to play Cleveland State in Cleveland.
Maybe not.
Wow. Dennis Gates, former.
He just made up the bracket.
It's so fun to see what the committee is doing here with Dennis Gates getting a chance to take on Cleveland
There's no
State.
committee. It's just him.
All the paisans are going to be jumping with joy.
They won't be. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard of. I'm going to make up my own bracket.
Cleveland State, the 15 seed, to have a home game. I agree. It's out of line. Florida's being penalized.
We're basically...
Calipari, Izzo, and if Patino was in here, we're talking Italian special. We're talking rigatoni, marinara.
That's not what you're talking at all. They don't just sit and eat all day long. They have lives.
They. What do you mean by
the coaches
that?
he was talking about, Italian coaches. It's not just always about eating.
No, Patino, a little different in the restaurant.
Oh,
I don't know what I said.
Illinois, 4 seed, but they got to go to Seattle to play Middle Tennessee.
I don't know where they're going. The regular season is what, about half over? That's it?
A little less.
And we already know exactly what city they're going to be playing in and who they're playing against.
But here's the thing. Illinois is the 4 seed, and they're going to be at a disadvantage because in the next round, they play Gonzaga, and Gonzaga is going to have like a home court advantage. That's not fair. If I'm an Illinois fan, I'm furious.
Am I the only one that hasn't lost his mind here?
Well,
it hasn't happened. It's all made up.
Gonzaga has lost to UCLA, Missouri's first-round opponent. How do you think that will affect?
We don't know who their first-round opponent's going to be.
Are you
we don't
denying
even know
that Gonzaga lost to UCLA?
Yeah, 65-62. Mick Cronin on December 28th.
Big Cronin.
Doesn't strike me as an LA guy.
Date if you get a start time for the game.
No, that would be stupid.
Yeah, it would be stupid.
I hope it's not one of those afternoon ones. I like them. I like them at night.
Probably going to be in Cleveland.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, my tournament enjoyment when Missouri's in it, if they lose, the rest of the tournament's not as fun. But if they're playing later at night, I can watch that whole day of action and be like, on pins and needles.
Sounds like you haven't liked a lot of tournaments.
No, I haven't.
Rich Gould, very defensive of Nick Sirianni. Rich Gould, of course, friend of the show. Sometimes we've had him as a guest. Sometimes he's just walked in the middle of the show. Either way, it's wonderful. And he told Dejan Orlovsky, friend of the program, to go piss up a rope when Orlovsky was critical of Nick Sirianni. I think Rich feels vindicated now, but Nick Sirianni now is getting him riled up in Philadelphia this morning. Nick Sirianni offered a strong defense of A.J. Brown, saying he was, quote, definitely okay with the wide receiver reading a book on the bench during the game on Sunday.
I found that odd.
and pushed back on those, like you, Jackson, who speculated what was behind Brown's actions. He said, Sirianni's comments during a radio appearance on WIP, another storied sports radio station on the East Coast, after Brown stirred conversations by reading the book Inner Excellence by Jim Murphy on the bench during the Eagles' wild card playoff win over the Packers on Sunday. Quote, some guys pray in between, some guys meditate in between, and AJ reads in between. Whatever these guys need to do to put their mind in a place where they can play with great detail and great effort, I fully encourage them to do that. For the record, he had 1 catch on 3 targets in the game, leading to questions of whether or not he was acting out of frustration.
So the guy plays a little, he comes back, he sits on the bench, and he opens up a book.
Yes, Inner Excellence.
That's a little weird, too.
I'm with you, Doug. You and I are in lockstep.
There's plenty of time to read. That during a game is not one of them.
I thought it was a little look at me, you know?
I think so.
I thought it was a touch look at me, and I really like A.J.
So you think he was irritated by the fact he only had 3 targets?
No, I just think, like I said, I really like A.J. Brown. I've listened to some interviews with him. He's very sincere about his work. I personally, I think I don't know. You don't read on the sideline. You're with your team, you know? I don't know. If it's nothing but an optics thing, it's an optics thing. Like when you're reading on the sideline, it seems like you're somewhat disinterested in the action on the field. And that might be superficial and just looking at it from a surface level thing, but that's how I see it.
What if you're reading the newspaper or a magazine or something? Wouldn't that look pretty darn stupid?
Yeah.
Optics are important.
Yeah. I mean, I agree.
If he's reading anything, shouldn't it be the little iPad that they get to see what the plays are?
Microsoft Surface, please, thanks.
Yeah, branding, please. That would make more, like you could do it in a secret way. You could just read it on the Surface, but to bring out the paperback, which I respect. I love a paperback. I respect
it. It makes you look uninterested in what's going on.
I agree.
Rich Gould's guy, Nick Sirianni, said this morning, we don't do any research and we jump to a conclusion. That's a shot at our industry.
Yeah, geez.
He must be disgruntled. That to me is lazy, Sirianni said. Everyone needs to figure out why he's doing it before they jump to a judgment on the man, because the man, A.J. Brown, is a great, great, great person. The man, A.J. Brown, is the best receiver, and I'll say it without hesitation, the best receiver that this city has ever seen.
Oh, gosh. Geez.
Yeah, Mike Quick takes a shot.
Harold Carmichael.
It's hard for me to watch when people are getting on him without doing the proper research of who the man is and what he's doing in the first place. Brown explained that he brings the book to every game and reads it because there are passages that bring him a sense of peace, and no, he wasn't reading it because he was discontented. Quote, I wasn't frustrated at all. I figured that's what y'all probably thought. Why do you always think I'm frustrated? Dang, I like to read. How about that, Doug?
Well, a lot of us like to read, but it's still not appropriate to always be reading during a football game.
Well, I like to work on my wedges, and ESPN here, 101 ESPN, has built a TrackMan for me.
Mid-segment.
So I can just kind of work on, my loft angle isn't where it needs to be,
right.
And I'm going to be able to work on that during a segment. I think that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, I just think saying that A.J. Brown reading on the sidelines is a little odd is not a real shot at his character. I'm just saying he's odd. I can say that A.J. Brown, from what I've heard, seems like a wonderful human, but I don't necessarily like the idea of him reading on the sidelines.
It's really weird, and it's probably never been done in the history of the NFL before.
You think he's going to have a book this weekend when they take on the Rammies?
He'll probably get a commercial out of it, or
I think that's a good read,
Apparently
actually.
The book has
a real nice read.
Apparently the book has skyrocketed on Amazon.
Of course,
that book. So it might be like Oprah's book club when it's just A.J. Brown's
book club
sideline reads.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to give away some winter warm-up tickets here for today's Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. You know what I'm fed up with? This Arctic Clipper and being filtered 5 days in a row. Chairman Kurt, you've been filtering?
I don't think that's necessarily correct. I'm looking in the deleted
So you're like Nick Sirianni and you feel like there's criticism that's unjust.
He was not filtered yesterday. He was maybe filtered on Friday.
It's okay to filter if he's vile.
Time to look inwards.
Right.
But you give a golden griffin lemons and he's going to make lemonade. So I've been honing my craft. Shakespeare wrote, all that glitters is not gold. Well, apparently, the Bard of Avon didn't see Tim's show today. But this email is about some exciting news. I didn't waste snow days. I went looking for a future. So I would like to formally announce I have accepted a new position. I'll be sitting on Doug Vaughn's.
No, who was it, Tim? I know where he's going with this.
Tess It's a first name, so it's a lady.
I'm just going to write it right into the suspension logule. Tess.
And then the last name is Tulpane.
What was the last name again?
You missed the middle name, Doug. Tech.
Tess
Tulpane.
Tech Tulpane. Okay, whoever this guy is, he's been suspended a period of 2 days' time, and right now his name is going into the Illinois Recovery Center. I'm not happy about it. He shouldn't be happy either. It should sting a little bit.
Good morning and salutation, gents. Interesting show. It seems like everyone has been thrown off by this new clock that may or may not actually exist. I've learned a lot of new things from the show this year that I've never had any interest in. Last week, we learned that Joey Vitale had a 38-inch waist and cankles, and Robert Thomas has short legs and a big ass. Jackson's in love, but also likes something called castlecore, which is where people dress up like knights and get busy. And Doug is not happy. Libby Jack wishes he could grow a man bun, which is par for the course. There's a 62-year-old blind man whose wife cuts firewood for him and promotes getting colonoscopies on a sports talk show.
Oh.
There's also someone who may or may not be a female in the do whose husband has a lap pinky that she puts in a chastity cage. And Libby Jack drives a purple Mini Cooper, no big surprise again, and still gives NBA updates that no one cares about. Go Blues! Dave in O'Fallon.
Nice little email, Dave.
I like that email.
Dave in O'Fallon. Which O'Fallon?
He didn't specify.
Okay.
Can you get a feel? Oh, is it a 314 number?
I don't know.
It says, so I know.
But he could have gotten the phone. You know, that's not always a tell anymore.
Good morning, gentlemen. Haven't had a chance to listen to today's show as I'm a loyal PLTDer, but I figured I'd email in with a funny joke. I just got an email from the Cardinals saying opening day tickets are available, so I went to their website to check it out, and they won $150.90 for one bleacher seat to opening day for this team. That's it. That's the joke.
Oh.
Enjoy your Tuesday. John Shrewsbury.
John in Shrewsbury proper.
Ohio?
Shrewsbury, Ohio?
Why would you say Ohio?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
I said Ohio.
Oh.
Like zing, swing. But
I think it's more Hayo.
Hayo?
Man,
What did I say, Hayo? Oh.
Wasn't that what he...
Hayo! I think it was Hayo.
Yeah.
And then Hank Kingsley did Hey Now.
Yeah, that's the best of them all.
Hello. I would like the winter warm-up tickets. Can I tell Marmol how bad of a manager he is when I go and represent you? What about our lame duck president of baseball operations? He can stick a bow tie, and then it gets graphic.
No, well, it shouldn't have.
I would like to give joyous blessings to Mason Wynn, the face of the franchise. Gosh, can I get a piece of him?
Oh, gosh.
That's from Droid Effects. His name's Devin.
Droid Effects?
Yeah.
His name is Devin. He's new.
I sure do love being smothered in that egg salad from Pratzel's, whispered my weekend lodger Jackson as he opened the door to my eggshell G-Wagon after a pegging at my Ladue Manor. Pale didn't know it, but I can't be seen at a place like that. So off to Mariposa and Frontenac for a bottle of Sauvignon Blanc and a quick detour to the underground Spencer's in the plaza for Jackie to pick out his next toy of ass destruction.
Oh.
Meanwhile, my obese husband, who's hung like a light switch, had no idea he was paying for all this while he was chained to our Chesterfield in our front sitting room. I hope you had fun that day, Jackie. Same time next weekend? Doug, that's from our leader this month, trying to make history, the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
And then this one is from Buck Swope, and it says email of the day, and then in parentheses it says read this one.
Yeah, Buck sometimes has multiple come through.
Oh, I see.
Me
Okay.
too. He makes
I like that.
edits on the fly.
God, that makes sense to me. Sadie Hawkins, Doug, Sam Darnold looked like a mustached deer in headlights, getting sacked 9 times in the Vikings' 27-9 loss to the Rams. Libby Jack equates St. Louisans who still pull for the Rams with Walter Sobchak taking care of his ex-wife Cynthia's Pomeranian dog. Professional bracket dork Joe Lenardi has the Pelicans playing the Illini in a 14-3 first-round matchup while he has Mizzou facing Dayton in a play-in game that Libby Jack refuses to admit is a play-in game because he still needs to take inventory of himself while fantasizing about having a man bun. Meanwhile, Diddles the Pills fantasizes about his wife dominating a man bun wearing Libby Jack, but I think the lead is that Tim revealed that Doug thinks Rocky IV is the best Rocky. I bet that Brigitte Nielsen has bossed a few of the more popular MMFs in her day. I like the term boss.
I don't care for it.
If Chairman Kurt can't book that one guy's daughter to ask her about the SEC coach who slid in her DMs, maybe we can get Brigitte Nielsen to talk Stallone, Gastineau, and Flavor Flav. Ours is the type of presentation where the title sponsor feels free to drop it at any time and ponder why the C word is so offensive. Time to take a break. Up next, we've got a foul-mouthed comedian named Randy who laughs at his own material and enjoys drinking and driving a semi-truck. Okay, gotta go now. I need to head down to the smut shop to pick up Doug's gimp suit. I'll let you vote for one of the sad souls who emailed in to beg for free winter warm-up tickets, or some dude pretending to be a wife-trepreneur from the 63124. That's from Buck Swope, and he is not happy with the voting patterns in January, Doug.
Oh, well, you know, he's not winning this many. Now he's got complaints.
So is that it, or is there another one?
That's right.
Okay.
There was a late submission.
Yeah, you know that clock, Jeremy.
Okay, I'm going to vote for Buck Swope. I thought he had the best one.
Do you feel like you were bullied into it?
No. I just thought it was best email.
I like David O'Fallon.
Oh, did you?
I'm with the chairman. I like David O'Fallon.
David O'Fallon is on the board, and he's going to the winter warm-up this weekend. How about that, Doug? David O'Fallon.
Yeah.
He's making a move on the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux moms lead. Buck Swope still with only one win this month. This is fun. I mean, if the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom wins, not only is it the first female to ever win the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Emailer of the Month, but she defeat Buck Swope. I mean, that's the thing. Like, if Notre Dame were to beat, you know, like an Arizona State, you won the national championship. You beat Ohio State, it feels a little different. If the Lions win their first Super Bowl and they beat, like, the Texans, you won the Super Bowl. But if you beat the defending champion Kansas City Chiefs, feels a little different. Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom beating Buck Swope feels a little different. Does that feel a little different?
Okay, I don't know that it does, but if you want me to say yes, okay, it feels different.
Nice, I bullied you into that, too. Time for us to go. We got to go. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. You miss anything, go back and watch the show on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL, or podcasts like The Dickens. That podcast is brought to you by Shea Door Company. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin, Vaughn, and Tim McKernan, this has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. Hey, this is Tim McKernan for Universal Windows Direct. In 2025, let's start fresh by making your home more comfortable, energy efficient, and draft-free. If you've been feeling the chill in your home or seeing those energy bills climb higher than they should be, it's probably your windows. Let Universal Windows Direct help you kick off the year with a warmer, cozier home and incredible savings. Universal Windows Direct is offering an amazing deal right now. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. That's right. For every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 more absolutely free with no limit and 36 months of no interest financing. Plus, if you've already received a quote from another company, bring it to Universal Windows Direct and they will beat it. That's their commitment to giving you the best quality and value for your home. Don't wait for the winter weather to do more damage to your home or your wallet. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522 to schedule your free on-home estimate, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.